Good morning, Omri. How are you this morning?
I'm good, Elliot. How are you doing?
I'm fine. We're soon going to find out how the riders are feeling.
Well, they had 36 kilometers yesterday in the prologue, and today they're heading for the first stage of Bara Epic Israel.
And how long is this stage going to be today?
Whew, it's a long one. It'll be 111 kilometers.
That's right, you heard it correct here. 111 Ks to do today.
I'm not sure I remember an epic stage that was that long.
If I remember, I think I did 119 once.
Wow.
But the thing was, I messed up with the amount, and I thought it was 109 in the middle of the race.
That doesn't count.
No, but it's a bit depressing when you think you've got another 10 Ks to go that you didn't think you had.
Well, I hope they were easy. I hope you got back home.
We all got home in the end.
That's what's important. So yesterday, the riders, as we said, did the prologue, and we have some leaders and leaders' jerseys. So for the men, it's George Egger and Lucas Baum, who are not leaving the yellow jersey for years now. And the women, we have new leaders from last year. Well, they're new to the race. And let's get you with the women leaders, which are Sophie and Kim from Team Brno Superior.
And that's the part-time riders, full-time students.
Exactly, but they're full-time leading this race for now. However, the race in the women category will be pretty tight. We have Naaman Neumann and her partner Leah just half a minute behind them.
Yep, so it should be interesting to see if they can stick together through the race.
Would be very interesting race in the women's category. Going over to the mixed category, it's Tzachi Ben Gigi and Leanne Vitkin who had a great race yesterday.
Yeah, I mean they carry on from last year, didn't they? They finished second last year, and they're just improving this year.
They are improving, and they showed how strong they are yesterday. They were leading the race for a very long time.
Well, you could say they were on the hot seat for a long time, when they did an hour and 11, which is a fantastic time.
It is a fantastic time. In the Masters category, we saw Yuval Friedman and Noam Strashnov. It's hard to say easily cruising home, but it looked like they came here after lunch at a restaurant.
No, they're so relaxed. It's amazing. I mean, they are professionals, and they have the security not to panic and try make an over effort on the first day.
They were superb.
Which we actually heard from some other riders that they opened too hot. Thomas Altsman said he burned himself out in the beginning, he had to recover, and that's why he didn't look too good on the pitches in the beginning, but then he recovered. He finished, he thought he had a terrible time, but he was only a minute and a half behind.
I think a minute 50 behind.
That's right, so it wasn't that bad.
Not bad at all, and today is a new day. We have 3 more stages to go, so much can still happen. Going to the Grandmasters category, we had Zygmunt and Schiller. Dan Zygmunt and Noam Schiller.
Yeah, we talked to them, didn't they? They loved it. They were out there, they were smashing everybody up.
They also had a very good race, but we must remind you, everything is still open. Today is a very long day. Many things can happen. If it's because of riders feeling strong or not strong, or other technical issues.
Well, they only rode an hour yesterday, and they've got to ride maybe at least 4.5 hours in the Masters, maybe 5 hours today.
Exactly. We can see the riders now at the start line. The jerseys are there. We see that in pink are the leading women. Green is the mixed category. Yellow leading men. The white jerseys over there, we didn't mention them. It's Guy Niv and Nadav Reisberg.
And they're the top Israeli. That's the top Israeli shirt, isn't it?
It is, and they're 4th overall.
And next to them is the Masters 40 in the light blue, which is sponsored by Wahoo.
And the purple that we had a little glimpse of was the Grandmasters leaders, Dan Zygmunt and Noam Schiller. It's 1 minute here to start in the race village in Nachsholim Beach. It's beautiful here. And unfortunately for the riders, they'll leave the beach for now, leave the sea. They'll get some other great views, but they'll be here in 5 hours or so, as you said.
And the weather's fantastic today for riding. In the morning, it's probably about 22, 23 degrees. It's a little bit cloudy. It's not full sun yet. So it should be a nice day today.
Should be a great day. The wind isn't too strong as well, so I think they won't have too much problem now, but it usually gets stronger as the day goes on. So we're about 15 seconds to the start of this first stage of Bara Epic Israel. You see the Audi car, the leading car, is in the front. This car will lead the riders for the first few seconds, and the riders are off to go.
They control the race in the beginning just to make sure everybody gets off safely, don't they?
And off we go. Stage 1 of Bara Epic Israel is undergoing.
Now, anybody had some nerves earlier on, they're all going now. As soon as you start pedaling, your nerves go away, don't they?
Exactly. We have the neutral zone at the beginning to relax a little bit, to find your positioning. It's not all out from the beginning like a cross-country race. It's more of a slow burn here.
It's got a rolling start.
Exactly. You can see the amount of riders. Not everyone has crossed the start line yet. We have 500 riders at the start line today. 250 duos. As the riders slowly cruise through our beautiful race village.
Ori, are we going to have the riders not going to stop passing us?
I think we have another minute or two of riders passing through the start line. As we said, it's a huge amount of riders. And they were divided into different boxes. Each box was created by the results. Yesterday, I think we just had our last riders passing through after 2 minutes of riders passing. So as we said...
Yeah, the top riders go in the front box, don't they? So they don't get disturbed or affected by the slower riders maybe not being in the proper position.
Exactly, and it's exactly for the reasons that you just mentioned now. We don't want the pro riders to be in danger and to be with less experienced riders that can put them in danger and risk them of crashing.
Yeah, I mean, you can just knock a handlebar, can't you, so easily and come off. And quite often the falls, the tumbles you have at slow speed can be worse than the fast speed, can't it?
Absolutely. I've heard of people who had maybe some unpleasant bruises in the top speeds, but broke bones in slow speed. It's just about how you fall sometimes.
The riders are going towards the hills now. They were leaving the beach, aren't we? And they're going towards the hill, into the sun. The sun's coming up now.
I hope everyone has their shades on, because they may get the sun in their face a little bit. We're getting some beautiful images here from our helicopter, our Israel-copter helicopter, giving us images throughout the whole race of the riders from up top. We also have a drone that will give us some higher images of this race. Except for the leading car, we also have a leading motorcycle that shows the leading riders where to go.
Well, it also warns people that maybe on the tracks, maybe out in the fields, that something's going to come up to them.
It's the final clear up of the way, although we have many marshals that will make sure that the riders go in the right way. We see smiles there from Charlie Mark, the never-ending Austrian.
And I'm not surprised he's smiling, because he had a great prologue yesterday, didn't he? He really did pull Tomer along.
He was amazing, and his experience showed how important experience is, we must say.
Yeah, because I mean, Tomer thought he had a bad one, and he went into a little black spot in the middle. And I think he's just calm. It's a calming effect, Carl, on him.
It is. He knows what he's worth. He knows that he just had a very, very good race at the World Marathon Championships, and he knows that it's a long race. He knows, and he's experienced it so many times, and that's really important.
What's a big factor? Your experience, and not going into a panic when you don't really need to.
Absolutely. Well, it's one thing to know that you don't need to panic, but it's another thing to really put it into practice and understand, and have so many races that you know that if you haven't panicked, you could have done better. And I think that's what Charlie Marks is doing so well in this race.
Yeah, you often see it in the pro ranks in the UCI riders, where Charlie last year didn't start very well, and he was mature enough to let the front guys go off and away from him, but with the knowledge that he could come back later to them. It's quite you have to have a lot of omits to do that.
Yeah, you do have to be very brave to do something like that. And Charlie was brave, and Charlie knew that he could slow down, and eventually they finished second. So we see the Germans are now leading. George Egger and Lukas Baum in the yellow jersey.
Yeah, they're going past the bananas.
A yellow bananas for the yellow leaders.
Yeah, it's a very big area for bananas here, Cavendish bananas.
It looks like the race is going. And George Egger and Lukas Baum are hammering it down.
Yeah, they'll just open their legs up a little bit on that climb.
Maybe it's a little bit of the warm-up.
Yeah, it could be. Oh, yes.
I would always like to do some sprints to warm myself up.
And they're going past the water reservoir here. It's the water treatment reservoir, should we say. They try and recycle more and more water these years. With the solar panels, you see solar panels there? That's producing our electricity for our houses.
It's really beautiful to see how you keep the environment here. It's the water, it's the electricity that you do here.
Yeah.
And here we can see today's stage. So this is stage 1 of Bara Epic Israel. The riders will first head south before they head east, starting to climb and have some interesting single tracks. We have 3 feed zones throughout the day, and the overall length of the stage is 111 kilometers. We're just about to see the height graphs. And this is how the riders will... It's what the riders will encounter today. They have 4 big climbs, as we said, 3 feed zones, but at the end, the 30 or so last kilometers will be pretty flat and downhill.
Yeah, well, I'll be looking for the finish line on the top of the last hill there, because you can see you can just fly down to the finish. So it might be an extra 30 Ks, but they'll be doing the top guys will be doing 50, 60 Ks an hour going down there.
Yeah, and the other guys may be a little tired after 80 kilometers of going uphill. Overall, we'll accumulate around 1,200 meters of climbing today, which isn't that much, but it isn't easy when you also ride 111 kilometers.
We're going over the solar panels again. Look, you can see they're actually floating on the water, which is a great use of unused area to put them on.
It is a great use. It looks like the racing has started. We see some riders or some groups being formed. We see a little gaps already, and it's all stretched out. It's hard to ride really in a packed group or a peloton, as you would like to say, in gravel roads like these.
Well, the gravel road is only maybe 6 meters wide, and the edge of the gravel road is probably very loose. You don't want to be on the edge of these roads. You could slip off quite easily. So naturally, it's only maybe 4 riders wide. You can get on the road like that.
Yeah, and you can have some boulders or some other inconsistencies of the road that you have to be careful from if you do ride in a peloton in roads like this.
Yeah, well, it's not a sterilized track, is it? The road cleaner hasn't been gone in front of them and cleaned the road for them.
Absolutely. So you don't see a piling up to a peloton, and I think the speed is also a factor here because everyone rides so quickly. It's hard to get into a peloton, and you can see it all strung out. I think it's the Germans on the front, if it is the front group that we're seeing. No, it isn't. Still many riders in front.
We just like to say there's a little drama going on in the start area here. Daron, I don't know what his surname is, but Daron has seemed to not woken up in the morning, and now he's looking for the race, and he's been sent off. What are we? 10 minutes after the first riders.
Well, he has 10 hours to finish today's race, so I hope he'll be fine.
I wonder where Daron's partner is at the moment. What he's thinking.
That's another good question. I think we're getting images from the leading riders right now. George Egger and Lucas Baum. Is it Guy Niven and Nadav Reisberg just on the attack now? They're 4th overall, not so close, not so far from 2nd place. I think only a minute from 2nd place, so they'll target that and maybe even go for first place. But that's a little further away. The Germans finished at an astonishing time yesterday. They were the only riders to cross the hour mark.
And that's more than 36 k's an hour, isn't it?
That's flying.
I see we've maybe got 20 riders in the front group, less than 20, 18 maybe in the front group. I think Guy there wanted to make a little bit of a split, force a split.
Well, Guy and Nadav are experienced. They did ride the Epic together, so maybe they're trying to think what worked well in other years.
Someone hasn't told, is that Nadav in the front there?
I think it's Guy, because it's the Israeli marathon champion.
Someone hasn't, he's been what's called left out to dry at the moment a little bit.
Or it's a tactic.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. If another couple want to join him, then his partner can sit on them and get towed up back up to him.
Absolutely a possibility, and we do see a rider over there in the back trying to make his way. Maybe it's Nadav trying to make his way to Guy. A big advantage of Guy and Nadav is that they are road riders. They have very big depth in their legs. They can ride and make a big effort for a long time, but it looks like Guy is slowing down. He's noticing he's on his own.
Well, Guy's a Tour de France rider. He can do 6 hours a day back to back for 3 weeks.
So 4 hours back to back would be nothing for him.
Yeah, but it's a different effort, isn't it, on the mountain bike? You have to. There's no freewheeling on the mountain bike, apart from going downhill in a single.
But even then, you have to stay focused because you want to stay on your bike.
You can see all the under the netting there. It's all banana fields. And you know, as riders, I don't know about you, but we always, as a rider, I would always wait for the season of the bananas to turn up. When they went out of season, you can't get a banana because we don't import bananas into Israel. You only eat fresh Israeli bananas. It was a bit disappointing when the season ended.
And when is this banana season?
I think it's now.
So now is the best season.
Yeah, until the summer. The summer they dry up and then they get they're not very good at all.
So it's banana season and epic season going on now. The riders here are in the first stage. I'm not sure we can say it's the Queen stage, but it is a very difficult stage today.
Well, generally, Gal put the third stage as the Queen stage. Now this year he's calling it the second stage.
Yeah, but I think this stage and tomorrow's stage maybe would share the title of the Queen stage. Tomorrow may be difficult as well, but today 111 kilometers can't be looked at as an easy stage.
Well, the climbs aren't, it isn't one just long climbing, it's many little climbs. You're going up, going down, going up, going down, and it'll all affect their legs in the end. You can get tricked by trying to power climb. If you can see the top of the climb and maybe it's only 5 minutes up the top or 3 minutes, you can power it up. But then if you do that multiple times, 20 times in a day, you're going to start feeling your legs. They're going to get very, very heavy.
So they do have to manage their efforts throughout the day. They did get a practice of managing their efforts yesterday throughout their prologue when they were totally on their own and there was absolutely no freewheeling or no riders to look up to.
What I found amazing when we saw the UCI riders who came in and actually gave everything, they collapsed in front of us, but within 1 minute they were on their feet and able to talk to us in an interview.
Yeah, usually what they need is this minute or two of recovery and then they're back and maybe they can even ride some more.
I think it's gone a bit tranquilo, as they say in Talkit now. It's calmed down a little bit. The selection's been made.
Should ask the Samparisi brothers how it's going.
Yeah, you can see there's the selection there, and these two are just deciding what are we going to do.
This is Lahav Davidson on the back over there.
Oh, no, they're not teammates, are they? So one's saying to the other, you go, you do the work to get back. Can we see anybody there that's not supposed to be there, do you think?
They all look like professional riders at the moment. Now we can see that one of the Italian riders. It's a small group already.
Sorry, yeah, sometimes the top masters will try and catch on and hang on for as long as they can.
Well, it is a great opportunity to ride with the world's best here in Epic Israel. You don't get to ride with riders who won the APSA Cape Epic and race with them on many other occasions, do you?
No. Well, on the road you never do it. Maybe on Grand Fondo you can get someone, you can ride next to somebody, but on a professional race, no.
That's part of what's special in the Bara Epic Israel. You also get to have dinner with these guys. Yesterday I sat to dinner, and all of a sudden Guy Neve came to sit with us as well.
What's great is they're so accessible, these riders. They're so friendly, and you can just talk and chit-chat with them. You have to give them space. You have to give them space to do their I mean, they are at work, but they are, you know, you can just come up and say, hi, can we chat for a second? And they're so accessible, it's amazing.
They are at work, but they're human beings after all, and they also like to relax at dinner and talk about other things rather than cycling. This is our leading riders now. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either.
This is our leading riders. This is a Yuval Tzachor from IGP. You can recognize him with his pink bike. Really stands out. George Egger and Lucas Baum are on the front. They like to lead the race. They feel comfortable with it.
Well, but why would you help them? If you want to beat them, you've got to let them work. You've got to let them work themselves into the ground.
Yeah, but why would they work? They're in the lead.
I think, yeah, but if they ride 80% around the track, maybe, and the other riders could try and nobble them in the end. Well, nobble, that's a very English word. But they could try and mug them in the end at a sprint finish. As you can see, the riders have got 2 water bottles. The first water station for a Masters rider is about 3 hours. It's probably at least 2 hours for these elite riders, isn't it?
Maybe even less. It's around 50 kilometers, excuse me. They can do it in 2 hours, I believe.
And you can see people who have bikes that only have 1 water bottle, you'll see them with backpacks on.
Yeah, it's hard to do it with 1 water bottle. It's warm.
Although I did see some Russians, the Serpentine guys, they only had 1 big water bottle on their bikes, and they did ask, and they said, yeah, we know, we'll get there.
That's brave, because it is, as you said, 2 or even 3 hours for the non-professional riders. We have some climb on the way to the first feed zone. I hope they'll get there fine and healthy.
Yeah, we can see here, I think the riders are looking at each other a little bit. I think the Germans here are expecting someone else also to take a little bit of the reins. I mean, why should they work all day long?
Yeah, but I remember last year they did do lots of the work, and they kind of won it from the front. They were leading, and finally attacking on the climbs. Now we do have some more 10 or 20 kilometers before we get to those climbs, but I believe they'll lead there too and try to push the pace.
Yeah, they're going past the fish ponds here. There's a bit of rubbish on the track there. You have to be careful. It's nylon. You don't want to get a nylon bag in your rear derailleur, do you?
That's a very bad thing to get from experience. Could kill a rear derailleur.
Now we're in a bit of a quiet moment because they're heading to the hills, and I think the action will start on the first hill.
I think now the riders maybe are testing each other, trying to get into pace. I'm not sure we'll see any big attacks. We did see the guy Neve move, but nothing more up till now. It looks even like they're relaxing now.
I think he was looking for some other partners to come and join them up in the front.
I wonder if it was planned.
This also is a very big region for fish farming. These are all fish ponds, and they have the aerators there. You see those things that are mixing up the water? That's to introduce oxygen into the water.
Very interesting.
And they have sea bass and mullet here they grow.
Any tasty?
I don't eat fish actually. I like fish. I like fishing. I like fish in the sea, but I don't eat them.
So what do you do with the fish that you fish?
Put them back.
So just for sports?
Just for sport, yes. Also, it's another. These solar panels are another form of income for the farmer. It's a, farmers aren't very rich. You never see a farmer here going around in a Mercedes. So this solar panel is a bit of a blessing for them.
It is a great idea, and it's good for environment too. We don't have to have the power plants that kind of pollute the air here. It's a way better way to produce electricity, especially when we have so much sun here. The sun is going up. As you said, it's around 24 degrees. We just saw it earlier. And
it's a lovely, the waves have come up a bit more than yesterday, and it's a lovely, lovely sea today.
The sea is beautiful, and we encourage everyone here in the area to visit here. It's one of the prettiest beaches, I think, in Israel. We're around 14 kilometers into today's stage. The riders are still near the beach. They're heading south now. Soon they'll head east, and then the action will start.
Do you know how warm the sea stays in the winter here?
Tell me.
19 degrees is the lowest temperature of the sea. So even anybody coming here can go in January, February, can still go swimming.
Now I want to go swimming in January, February. Sounds warmer than outside even.
The only problem we have here, July. You know what turns up in the sea, don't you, in July?
The jellyfish.
The jellyfish, the dreaded jellyfish.
Yeah, that could be unpleasant.
But they only come for a month, and then they say, I don't know why, they just disappear, don't they? After a month.
I don't know why, but I don't care as long as they disappear.
If we see the guys from the Wildlife Nature Reserve, I saw them walking around earlier, we'll ask them.
Ah, maybe we can have some of them to talk to us.
I think they were looking for the free coffee and the biscuits in the morning.
We can see there's another cool down now. The Germans are going up. They want to keep the pace high. This is Karl Marx, it looks like, on the right.
I think he's just recognizing the potential for someone to go off the front, and he's just moving up just to be prepared.
As we said, experience is key.
The atmosphere here in the camp here is completely different from yesterday, isn't it? All the riders have left. The only people who are left are the people who are working, and you can see the UCI judges on their sun chairs, watching the big screen, checking that there's nothing going on that shouldn't be going on, having their coffee, and the workers are here having a sandwich and just getting enough time to refresh and relax before the work begins again.
Well, it is very, very different from the prologue. Yesterday we had riders start for 2.5 hours, and then they started coming in as well. And today we will have those 4 hours of rest for the workers here. A well-earned rest, because they've been working not only yesterday, they've been working not only the week before yesterday, but for months to prepare this great event.
The people who aren't resting are the workers out on the track today, aren't they? They've got an awful lot of things to do. We often forget about them. You don't, as a racer, you don't see them. You're just looking at your track ahead of you, but there are people there, a lot of them.
There are many people there who help make this race happen. There's a right curve over there. Everyone goes in safely and goes out safely. It's pretty strung out. The pace is high, but still all the big names are in there together. No big attacks from anyone except for the little Gainiv attack. Number 14 over there was Herman Bode and Bart van den Berg from the Netherlands.
I think a little bit later we'll be able to see the mixed couples, won't we, and the ladies couples together. I think it's a pretty bit hard now. They're probably mixed up with all the masters, aren't they? in one big peloton somewhere.
Yeah, in a day like today, we usually get to see the mix and the women riding with the top master riders. That's what we saw last year with Omer Shapira and Shlomi Chaimi.
Yeah, it's probably pretty hard to pick them out at the moment. They're probably stuck. If they're riding cleverly, they'll be stuck in the middle of a group.
Indeed, and a way that to understand who's in what category is by his number. Each category has its own number. The elite is from 0 to 100. Women from 100 to 200. 200 to 300 are the mix. 300 up are the masters, and 500 and over are the grandmasters. And this is Ma'agan Michael, which is a kibbutz in the Mediterranean Sea. We passed near it yesterday. We mentioned Plason.
That's right.
The very successful company coming out of this place.
It's one of the success stories of Israel, the kibbutz, those big kibbutz systems. It's not only Ma'agan Michael, Baram, Sasa. These big kibbutzes started off as workers. Their factory started off a place for people to work at, and they've turned themselves into international companies. They've even been sold abroad.
It's a great success story, and it's great to hear that those working class people manage to have a good business and to sell it to other people, to put it on the market, and just be able to be out there and be a little more free financially.
You know, kibbutz is such a lovely place to live for community, you know. On a kibbutz, you'll know every person's name, and you'll say hello to every person on the path. It's completely different to the city. I know in Israel, most people live in the city here, but I live on a kibbutz, and I always say, listen, I don't have to like everybody in the kibbutz, but I will say hello to everybody in the kibbutz.
Something happened over here. We're getting our Dutch riders.
I think
just
a drop
maybe chain, exactly.
Yeah. Now they've got to work to get back on. Luckily, then it's before the pace has really gone up, so they should get back on quite quickly.
So we're talking about a kibbutz. Another pretty successful kibbutz that we'll pass near today is Dalia. They have Arad, a company for water meters and automatic watering.
And also they have, I think, soap as well and detergents they produce.
So you can soap up and then wash it down with your water meter.
Well, but the Epic was once there, wasn't it? Bara Epic was actually in Dalia. I'm sure it was Dalia. I think I was there.
The first 3 years were in Dalia, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. So I was there. Yeah, but and the soap machine was brilliant. That was actually a lovely additions. Those 3 ones. Those were the first ones. It was actually very, very nice. Not that this one's bad. This is we're always enjoying ourselves.
Every edition in the Bara Epic Israel is fantastic.
I think we've got a bit of movement now.
We do have
the pace is going up, isn't it? I don't think this is the front, but the pace is going up.
It could be the front.
No, this is
like
the front up here, I was just saying. This was the middle of the first pack. Yeah, but
it wasn't the front of the front.
Yeah.
This is route number 2, if I'm not mistaken. The route from Haifa to Tel Aviv.
It goes always all down the coast, doesn't it?
A beautiful road.
And the drivers there thinking, well, am I going to work? These guys are riding their bikes. This can't be fair. But next year they can be in Bara Epic Israel, can't they, if they wanted?
Anyone can be in Bara Epic Israel with enough hard work and self-belief.
Well, this year also they've added on. You can ride Friday and Saturday, can't you? And just Saturday. It's always been just the one-day ride on Saturday, but they've added on the Friday and Saturday race. And we'll talk maybe with Deet later about it. But anybody, literally, you don't have to have 4 days of fitness to ride anymore.
No, and there's another category that they've added. Just talking to a friend yesterday, there is a relay category. Yeah. You can ride half of each stage. So it's 2 groups of 2, and each couple rides one half or one part of the stage, pretty much a half. So they go, one couple goes with the car, meet them at a certain point where they switch, and then the riders that rode so far go on the car and drive back.
So can I have the second half of this race when the downhill?
Sounds like the better choice today. I would put the climbers at the front and the good descenders at the finishing part. we're getting some images from our GoPro riders. We have GoPro e-bike riders following our racers. Number 5 over there.
Those are the guys that dropped the chain and they're still trying to get back on.
I'm not sure it's them. I think number 5 is Milan Damek, if I'm not mistaken. We'll get confirmation of that in a moment.
I think ahead of him is the IPG?
IGP, yeah.
IGP rider.
Yeah, number 5 is Milan Damek and Lukas Kaufmann, out of their first race this year. May have just dropped the pace. IGP, if I'm not mistaken, is Tom Itzhaki and Yuval Tzachor. But there are 3 riders there, so one rider is missing his pair and
taking the wide bend there.
Yeah, with the leg off and going safely through it.
I think we're going through citrus orchards here. Traditionally, Israel, as probably many people in the world know, the Jaffa orange was a big citrus country. I think it's gone down a bit in the last few years because the cost of them, they can't get high enough price to justify the water use for the citrus trees anymore.
Very interesting, as we can see another road crossing. As we mentioned yesterday, one of Gal's mantras is not to cross roads, or rather go under them or above them, mostly under them, as we can see here today. This looks like Route 4 now that the riders are crossing and getting towards
I think maybe actually avocado, because by the wood on the side there, could be an avocado orchard. You can't really see coming with the sun still.
It's a little hard to see, and we see it's really low. You got to be careful. Very rocky, so it's not so easy to pass through. Sometimes riders have to take their leg off. And these guys are not so far. I think it's Milan Damek, Tom Itzhaki and Yuval Tzachor just trying to get back to the leaders. Maybe 15-20 seconds in front of them. They can make it if the pace eases up a little bit or doesn't go be too high.
But all of these little under the roads, that stony breaks your rhythm. It can affect you actually, and it all accumulates. All these little bits accumulate in your legs.
It all accumulates, and then another little sprint after this curve. You have to be as close to the front as possible if you want to not make these little efforts that, as you said, accumulate, and then when you get to the climb you feel a little bit more tired, as we see the little hill that we're about to climb in.
Yep, I think that's the start. They're going to be the start of the climb very soon. We're going through the avocado orchards. Could you see which one of the 3 wasn't supposed to be without his partner?
It looked like there were 2 IGP riders there, but it's really hard to see from that image. So maybe Milan Damek wasn't with Lukas Kaufmann, but it's hard to determine exactly. This is one of the Spaniards for Team BT. Actually, Milan Damek rode the Epic last year, finishing 6th. And he's not a bad rider at all, riding a few marathons, such as the Swiss Epic, finishing 16th. And some other UCI marathon races, like in Cordoba, and the Croatian Islands, finishing 31st and 22nd, respectively.
See on the Spanish guy there, his rear wheel has very low pressure in it. I think purposely, but you can see the tire is very low.
I hope it isn't affecting him now, because it looks like he's a little bit off the back. Oh, and a little problem over there.
Talking about low tire pressure.
Looks like maybe Naaman Neumann and her partner Leah, second overall in the women category. They're pretty close to the front, by the way.
They were pretty close to the front. That's going to lose them at least a minute, isn't it?
I hope they'll deal with it quickly. This looks like the elite group, the Italians over there.
Oh, and that's just a little leg killer, isn't it? That was maybe a 10-meter climb, but straight up. After the flats, you know, your legs, you get used to riding on the flat, you must know from the road. And when you hit a climb, your legs have to get used to it, don't they?
Yes, and especially a climb like this. Looks like they came into it with slow speed, so they had to, probably came with a high gear, not ready for this little climb, and then trying to grind it up there, make it up without getting their leg off, because getting your leg off could break your pace even more.
We're into the single track already.
Yes, we are. We're getting some images from our E-bike cameraman Aviv Yecheskel right now looks like he's behind one of the Spaniards, one of the BT riders, finishing third yesterday, finishing third overall in Epic Israel 2021.
They were third yesterday. Yes, that's right. Sorry, third last year, weren't they?
Always third for now. They're very stable riders. That we can say about them.
I'd say they're very quiet riders. You don't hear much of them. They don't seem to make much noise. They seem very cool and collect.
Yes, and they still get the results back home.
Again, you can see the little rockies there. It's a nasty little trails. You can easily puncture on the sidewall there.
And we see a little pull over there. I think it's Tzachi Ben Gigi and Lian Vitkin from the dark green jersey. Lian maybe asking for a hand to get closer to the wheel, and Tzachi happily offering it and helping her to get on the wheel.
Well, in that stage, it's better for her to be in front of him so he can keep an eye on her. There's no point for her being behind him in the little group, because she might have a problem and he won't notice.
That's why good communication is very important. When one rider can't see the other, they have to feel free to talk to each other. Maybe a little shout, hey, I need some help, I'm a little bit on the back. Maybe some motivation words, or maybe let's slow down a little bit because it's too hard.
Especially with a mixed couple, because it'd be better for her to be behind the masters, just protected in there.
Yes, and he has to be very alert to her status, although she is a very strong rider, as we mentioned yesterday, and as we'll mention and see throughout this Bara Epic Israel, I'm sure.
We can see there how much they've climbed already on the right. They came down from the right there.
Looks like a very steep climb, because we just started climbing a few kilometers ago and the gaps are starting to open.
And you can see the drop of the head there. He's hurting.
That means that the day has started. Number 7 over there, also from Spain, was Adrian Garcia Montes and Unai Mateus Garrido. So they're not only going uphill, but they're also doing it in a single track. So they also have to be very focused. We can see more and more riders are stretched throughout this road. These looks like the Italians, and the gaps are starting to grow. So this first little climbing single track has really opened the field, has really stretched the field into little groups. We can see a group forming over there on the front. I assume these will be the Germans, but we'll see in a moment who is where. This looks like Tomer Zaltzman, isn't it?
So no Joe's no flats t-shirt, yeah. Not t-shirts, sorry, jersey.
It's hard to see now exactly who it is. It looks like Tomer or maybe Charlie.
No, it's Charlie. I think it's the orange helmet there. Tomer's got I think a white one, or a silver one from yesterday. I noticed Charlie had the orange one.
Well, Charlie does need, as we noticed, a little bit of time to kick up to open his motor, but when it opens, I don't think you can shut it down. So it looks like Tomer is waiting for his partner Charlie. Maybe try to cheer him up a little bit and get him into the racing pace.
It's exactly what we saw last year, wasn't it? They dropped off the first group, but then came back strongly in the end.
Exactly, and that time it was Gregor Rogel who was very patient with Charlie, just slowing down a little bit and riding at his pace, letting him get into his pace, and then even having to sit behind him, because he rides that pace, but he never stops riding it, and it looks like it just goes faster and faster.
I think we had four in the front.
Looks like 2 duos at the front, exactly, and does look like a Charlie marked at the back. Now he's leading already. So you see, it takes him a minute, but he totally gets into the pace now. Tomer Zaltzman will go to his wheel second yesterday, around 1 minute and 50 seconds. So a good ride for them, and they can have a very good race over here.
We're back into the single track again.
Yes, and we're just in Ramat Anadiv over here. Ramat Anadiv is a very big park surrounding the grave of Edmund James de Rothschild and his wife. And actually created, as you can see here, in his memory. And just near Ramat Anadiv lies Zichron Yaakov, one of the towns in the area.
Well, didn't he establish a winery there?
He did establish a winery there, and he helped the city, help the town to survive, because it was established in 1882 by Romanian immigrants, mostly. and they were struggling in the beginning. They weren't so familiar with agriculture, and that was one of the main ways to make a living here in Israel and survive, because you needed food. And then they asked the help of Rothschild, who was known as the Generous, or the Nadiv in Hebrew, and he happily helped them. But he had one condition. I'm not sure it was a condition, but he wanted to name it after his father, Jacob. So it's Zichron Yaakov. And before it was named Zichron Yaakov, it was actually named Zamarin.
It's actually one of the most nicest towns to come and visit and have go to a restaurant or a bar, or just to walk around the little shops, boutique shops there.
It is a very nice town, and you're not the only one who enjoyed visiting it. The Giro visited it. A few years ago, there was a climb up to Zichron, and I remember the crowds of that climb were amazing. For myself, I was in Tel Aviv that day waiting for the finish, but to see the crowds in Zichron on TV was really beautiful.
Yeah, I think I was in Haifa in the start, and then we popped over to see them going down from Tzomet HaChiyut. They came down. It was a wonderful experience, wasn't it?
The Giro in Israel was a wonderful experience, as we see the Italians maybe making up some ground.
One of the nicest things I had there, when I went to Jerusalem to see the time trial, and I saw a guy Niv set off. It was beautiful.
The time trial was also beautiful. You could walk between the riders warming up, see all of them, see Chris Froome, see Tom Dumoulin, some top road riders. We're here in Israel and we're racing.
I think Israel, in the last 10 years, Israel has had a ginormous jump, hasn't it, in cycling. It's amazing how far we've gone in such a short time.
Yes, and part of this big jump was thanks to Israel Permatech, Sylvan Adams, who took the team after Ron Baron founded it and really put it on the map. Now a World Tour team riding the biggest races and taking Israeli riders to those biggest races, such as Guy Niv, and maybe in a few years Nadav Reisberg. Talking about Niv and Reisberg, look like it's them now. Number 8 over there, I think 8-1 is Guy Niv, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he's catching up there to his partner.
So who's on the front, we still don't exactly know. Looks like 4 riders, maybe the Spaniards and the Germans? Hard to know.
I think we'll see quite soon, because they've got the motorbikes or the electric bikes can catch up now. It's very hard to pass in the singles. They don't want to interfere with the race, do they?
Exactly. Since the big split happened in the singles, the e-bikes couldn't get past the riders who were behind the split. So I think they'll start to make up some ground right now, as you said. And we do have some other cameras along the road that will get us some great images. The helicopter that we can see now. We have some ADVs. We have some motorcycles. We're doing our best to get you the best broadcast possible here at Bara Epic Israel. And we're already 25 kilometers into today's race. Riders already climbing in Ramat HaNadiv. Looks like there's a little regroup over there. Still struggling to see exactly who's on the lead. I think it's fair to assume it's the Germans. We didn't see them yet, and they looked very strong and lively already at the beginning of the stage. They looked very strong yesterday. But we wonder who's with them. As we can get some drone images now.
It's a lovely shot of a serpentine single, isn't it?
It is a lovely shot. We're back behind Guy Niv and Nadav Reisberg, racing through this little road. Yeah, the little path in Ramat HaNadiv, just at the top of the park. It is a beautiful park. You can have some nice hikes, some nice walks over there. Some on those paved roads and some just in the wild. There's actually also remainders of a magnificent palace dated to 2,000 years ago, found in Ramat HaNadiv Park. And we can see George Egger and Lucas Baum there alone, and I won't be surprised if they're leading.
Nor would I.
So the camera is going back to see who else is about to come. I think they're in the front. And let's open the clocks. and Guy Niven and Nadav Reisberg, 30 seconds or so.
Okay.
I think this was the second pair of that quartet that we saw earlier on the climb.
Well, that's fantastic because we thought Guy was a little bit behind the quartet in the front.
We did, and looks like they're doing great.
And here's the quartet, sorry.
That's another quartet.
That's Charlie.
And the Italian. We're only missing the Spaniards, who did very well yesterday. We don't know exactly where they are now. But Guy Niven and Nadav Reisberg are racing to catch the Germans in the yellow jersey, George Egger and Lukas Baum.
Well, the Germans have decided they're going to go on their own off the front and just let everybody chase them.
They're just going to go into their own pace. They feel comfortable with it. They know each other very well. They know how to ride together very well, as they did in the Absa Cape Epic, winning it eventually. And I think they'll be satisfied with nothing less than a win here in Bara Epic Israel as well.
It looks like they put their troubles from yesterday behind on those silly little falls they had on the corners, didn't they? And we saw the knee. We saw the knee. The knee was a bit damaged yesterday, and it got a little bit of attention from the first aiders. But these pro riders are able to forget about things that happened yesterday and just concentrate on the day.
Yeah, when we saw Lucas, he was so calm about his knee. He just said, it's probably just artificial.
It didn't look good to me, but he was okay with it.
He didn't mind at all. So we're 46 minutes into today's stage, the first stage of Bara Epic Israel. It's a tough route today, 111 kilometers, 1,200 meters of climbing, but it's not as tough as the route that the first people who lived in Zichron did. They came all the way from Europe. Most of them were Romanians. It was 1882, and there was no port in Israel. So what they had to do is take a ship to Beirut and walk from Beirut. Now, if you'd open Google Maps and try to have a walking route from Beirut, it would be pretty far. But through Google Maps, the route that you'll see is through Jordan, which is not the fastest way to get from Beirut to Zichron Yaakov. And that was around 300 kilometers. So it's hundreds of kilometers of walking that they did all the way from Beirut to Israel just to open this settlement, this town.
You have to be committed to do that, don't you?
You have to be very committed, and they were. And look what a beautiful town they've built.
I think we should be seeing the first mixed couple come through on the next shot, shouldn't we?
We should, and maybe the first women as well.
We have cameras on the mixed, the women's.
I think we have cameras all over. We'll just enjoy the images that we see. Probably see some masters and grandmasters as well, as they're usually together with the leading women and mixed.
You often find the masters, they try and hold on to those women, the mixed or the women, they stay around there because they know the cameras have been watching.
You do, and they're very talented riders too, those leading women and mixed. So it's good to ride with them. They're experienced, they're talented, they know what to do. Maybe it's a little bit of a set like stardust for these guys.
The most important thing is not to interfere with them, especially in the singles. Let them have the first choice if they want to go in first or not.
Especially they are the professionals after all. So nearly 30 kilometers into today's stage, The riders has already encountered the first climbs of the day, and we do see some splits already. We don't know exactly what the situation is. We'll see it very soon. We do know that in the front are George Egger and Lucas Baum. Around 30 seconds behind them were Guy Nieve and Nadav Reisberg. Another minute or so behind them were Charlie Markt, Tomer Zaltzman, and the Italians, the Samparizis. And let's talk about how it affects the general classification. Maybe a little early to talk about it, but just to understand who's sitting where. So winning yesterday were the Germans, and obviously leading the general classification. Nearly 2 minutes behind them were Karl Markt and Tomer Zaltzman. Looks like they already opened another minute or so on them. On third were the Spaniards, Victor and Manuel, and excuse me for not trying to say their surnames. Behind them were the Israelis Guy Nieve and Nadav Reisberg. 3 minutes behind them yesterday. Another half a minute or so today. So maybe they'll try to stay as close as possible to them. But the gap between Guy Nieve and Nadav Reisberg to Karl Markt and Tomer Zaltzman is only just over a minute and 15 seconds. So the 30 seconds that we saw here could really affect the podium. And fifth yesterday were the Italians, the Samparizis. And we didn't see the Spaniards, so the Spaniards may get off the podium, off the third spot. And instead of them could be the Italians, Guy Nieve and Reisberg. Still a long stage to go, but we could already see that not everyone is doing as well as they may have hoped.
I think adding on these little gardens here is a good idea. If we can break up the race, break up the route for the riders. It's like the first section, now they're going through a little mini section, then on to the next section. It could be good for them mentally.
It is good. It is better many times to look at a long stage like that into little
sections.
Sections, exactly, little mini stages. Maybe you could say, even when you do a long climb, it's difficult to look all the way to the top 20 kilometers at the end. Maybe it's better to look to the next corner, to the next kilometer. Try and do it section by section. Step by step. A little drink over there from the Italians. Looks like they're still together with Charlie and Zaltzman.
I can count 6 there.
Have they caught up to Guy Nieve and Reisberg? I think they may be able to count. Yeah, it's 6. We may have a group forming behind the flying Germans. Have some twists and turns here on their way out of Ramat Nadiv. The sky is beautiful today. You can see the sun just behind the clouds.
They're still riding into the sun, aren't they? They're going east today before they turn and come back again.
Exactly. So it's not exactly a back and forth because they will have different routes, but it is east and then west back to the race village, going in and out the sun. I really hope everyone has their shades on today. And here we see George Egger and Lucas Baum leading the race. They are in race mode yet again. You can see their faces. They are working hard. They're trying to make the gap as big as possible. Let's open the clocks now, see what the gap is.
The count, it was 53-43 there.
This is the main group behind them, as we said, the Italians.
Now what could be happening here is because there's 6 top riders together, there could be a little discussion and looking at each other, who's going to do the work here. And that will play in the Germans' favour because they'll drop the pace just a little bit without even realising maybe, and the Germans are still working on the front.
It is a very good point because the riders here may think of the other podium places and not consider the first place that the Germans are racing for. It's just over 30 seconds now. 30 seconds or so, maybe 40.
Yep. It's not much at all, is it? It's still, if a couple want to jump off the front here, it's still doable to catch up if they want to make that effort.
On paper.
On paper, but is it advisable?
I'm not sure you should try and catch the Germans. You should ride at your own pace now. It's a very long day. Still 80 kilometers to go in today's stage. We already see a 40-second gap. It's a big gap to start with.
Often mountain bike races like this are won by attrition, by the riders coming off the back rather than you going off the front.
The Germans have proved that they can win from the front, but it is a long race. You do need to race it wisely, get your energy throughout, manage your energy throughout the whole race, eat well, drink well, stop in the feed zones. It's very important. As we see, George Egger is really lifting up the pace here. He's in the middle of the handlebars trying to be as aero as possible. Behind him is Lukas Baum, and they're really working hard now.
You could see he's gone to work, hasn't he?
He totally woke up for work today.
You can see the two different techniques there of the handlebar, holding the handlebars, with the aero in the front and the wide grip on the back.
When you're in such a high effort, you're just looking for the most comfortable thing to do. You don't always think what's the safest, you just do what's comfortable for you at the moment, what allows you to keep on pushing on.
Well, I did notice that they're a little bit more cautious on those gravel turns today.
They are cautious, they know what happened yesterday. It's hard to forget, but I don't think they really care. They're just keeping on, working on.
Last year we saw them on Scott bikes, if I'm not mistaken, and this year they've managed to get a good sponsorship with Orbea.
Well, excuse me. They have opened their own team, Speed Company Racing.
Yeah, they're privateers, which is quite amazing because riders you see on the very top of the Cape Epic wins, they're all professional factory riders, aren't they, with big support teams behind them. I mean, you were telling me, and I also read, that the only person they had in the Cape Epic helping them was their one of the fathers.
Yeah, the father of Lucas. Lucas said he was washing the dishes after dinner and helping with some other organizations. But Lucas and George did their own mechanism. Like they were their own bike mechanics.
And we're on the quad bike here, and the driver of the quad bike is Ran Sachor, which again is another Sachor. There seems to be so many of them around here.
They're all over this race, the Sachors.
And his son is racing, isn't it?
He is, Yuval. Let's talk a little bit about the Rothschild family, the family that helped Zichron Yaakov continue and flourish as it is today. So it's a wealthy European Jewish family, and the head of the family started a banking business, and he decided to pass it over to his 5 sons. He put them in 5 different countries, so he doesn't put his eggs in one basket. He splits them for different markets. And during the 19th century, the Rothschild family had the biggest private fortune in the whole world. So they were rich.
I mean, you think about that today, sending your kids off to different countries to go and run businesses for you. It's quite amazing.
It is amazing, but having the largest fortune in the world means it works.
I guess they didn't have to struggle, you know, with the money going down the shops to get some food in a new country.
Absolutely not. We're back with you guys. We're back in the front of the race. Well, it's not exactly the front of the race, it's the second group. Nearly an hour of racing in. And the Germans are off and running. George Egger and Lucas Baum are leading the race. Behind them are three duos, three teams of two. It's the Italians, the Samparisis, the Israelis, Niv and Reisberg, and the Austrian-Israeli duo, Charlie Mark and Tomer Salzman. As we can see the Israeli TV broadcast, and we'll be back with the race in a moment. So this is the stage for today, stage 1 of Bara Epic Israel, starting south towards the fish ponds of Magan Michael, then heading east towards Mishmar Emek and Megiddo Regional Council, having some big climbs and some single tracks, then heading back to the west to the race village. A tough stage, 111 kilometers, 1,200 meters of climbing, and the riders are already 40 kilometers or so into the stage, 77 kilometers to go, as we're getting some images from our e-bike cameraman. Looks like there is some work at the front. They don't look like they're going full gas. The Germans look like they're going full gas, that's for sure. It's George Egger on the front. He looks strong today, and he's having a really, really good race. These guys are having a good race. On this little incline right now, they're just not waiting to anyone. A little recap of what we saw today. We started at 7 a.m. from the race village in Nachsholim Beach. Started at an easy start. All the riders went through the start line. 500 riders we have here in the start line. The leaders in the leaders jersey were the first on the start. Were the first on the first line on the start line, and the racing started with the Germans attacking. And they continued with the German attacking.
I think they've been attacking for the last 3 years, haven't they?
4 now. And here we can see Ben Kidney having fun.
That's a bit of a waste of a battery. I think it should save his power, because the Germans aren't going to wait for him.
Well, this guy isn't following the Germans, but it's still not an easy day in the office for any of our e-bike guys. We have Aviv Yechezkel with the elite men this year. We passed near the beautiful fish ponds, the beautiful birds migrating.
Just talking about e-bikes. E-bikes is a great way for more mature riders to get into and carry on in this sport, isn't it?
It is a great way. And just to see here the little passages we had, we'll get back to that in a moment. We saw the Germans open nearly a minute of a gap already at that point of the race, going under the road and back on again.
We don't want to see any mistakes there, I think. Any corners taken too widely.
That would be an unpleasant place to fall.
We might leave a camera there for the amateurs to see if anything happens.
I hope everyone stays on their bike and doesn't get too wet now. There are some other water passages later. And you were mentioning the e-bikes. It is a great way. It allows older people, people with maybe heart problems, who can't make a big effort, to enjoy riding their bike on a slightly heavier bike, but they do have the motor to help them, and they can go to further distances, explore more places, more tracks, more single tracks as well, and just enjoy themselves without putting them at risk.
What I found that is actually it allows you to do multiple climbs, to do that multiple single track going downhill, where on a normal bike you think, oh no, God, I've got to go up there again, I've got to go up again, I know I'm going to go on the flats. So it opens up more options for you.
Absolutely, and it's still work. You can still make a big effort on these e-bikes. There's even a world championship on e-bikes.
I think we're back on live now, on these live pictures, and the Germans are still going to work on the front.
Looks like we are live, and the Germans are very vivid and working very hard today. So Speed Company Racing are speeding up this stage today. George Egger and Lucas Baum are on the lead near the beautiful vineyards of Zichron Yaakov.
And also the Rothschild also planted or helped farmers plant these vineyards. He thought it was a great area to do, and it is actually. If they've been here for, I've been in Israel for 30 years, and there have always been vineyards there.
Since Rothschild came into Zichron Yaakov and helped them around 1883, he wanted to plant that vineyard, one of the biggest vineyards in Israel to the time. And actually the whole family was into vineyards, and they even had an interesting rule in their vineyards. If your cork got bad, which happens around 25 to 30 years, so the bottle isn't sealed so well, they would switch your cork. That happened in France, but it stopped happening because people would fool them. And they weren't happy with that.
Was that a home service? Did you have to bring your bottle to them, or did they come to you?
I'm pretty sure they needed their heavy equipment to keep it all under pressure. But I wonder who kept their wine bottle for 25 or 30 years. You have to be very patient to do that.
Yeah, in Israel in the north, especially in the north, they're probably in the hills of Jerusalem, winemaking is becoming a very popular and a very mainstream market. It was once only 1 or 2 wineries here, wasn't it? Now everybody seems to be making wine.
Yes. Looks like there are many wineries, many vineyards here in the area. You know, what did they grow?
No, you're going to say it because I'm going to mess up the words of the grapes.
I'm not sure. I'm an expert in grapes as well, but looks like they have Colombier, Merlot. That's pretty much it. A good area for red wines, if you like that.
Yeah, apparently it's a very good area for red wines. I've been told by a friend.
And we see the Austrians are there at the front right now. The Italians look to stay at the back for now, but the Austrians and the Israelis are motivated to keep on working. As we said, when Charlie Marx wakes up, he doesn't stop. And it looks like he's working at the front now. Maybe it's him or Tomer.
Well, Tom has probably been told by the other 2 Israelis to get out on the front and do some work as well.
I'm not sure he'll listen to them. I think he'll listen to Charlie today. And if you could see the orange rider you saw attacking over there, that was our e-bike rider. So no big attack from the favorites yet.
You know, and a little interesting the fact that Tomer probably saw Guy advance as a mountain bike racer when he was growing up, because they literally live 1 kilometer from each other.
Wow, but there is like around 6 years between them, isn't there?
Yeah, so I would imagine there will be little Tomer looking up to Guy Niv in the juniors, where Tomer was maybe 12 or 13.
And now he's racing a person who could have been his hero in his farewell race.
That's right, the last time we're going to see him professionally, unless he has a change of mind.
You can try to convince him later.
I think we'll leave him a year, let him have a year off, and then he'll think about what he wants to do.
Looks like he's come up to a decision. I'm sure it's not an easy decision to make.
Well, it's never an easy decision to let go, is it?
It's never an easy decision to let go to something you've worked so hard for, and it was one of his best years as a professional rider, and deciding to stop now says a lot about the fact that he's pretty sure about himself. It's not a rider stopping after not doing well, it's a rider stopping after doing well.
Yes, I mean, they can get riders can carry on maybe too much, and then they start to, I wouldn't say hate the sport they're doing, but they dislike it, don't they? They carry on just that extra year.
Yeah, sometimes they just need a break. We're back with this second group on the road.
I mean, if you think these days, a lot of people who work in high tech and electronic and modern industries, they change jobs every 2 or 3 years, don't they? Guy Niv, this has been his job since he was 18.
Even earlier.
He was just unpaid.
Exactly, but that's what he did. That to be a good cyclist, you have to work at it, you could say, from a very young age. And it's not easy work because you need to have lots of hours on the saddle to get to these highest levels. Looks like Masters or Grandmasters riders over there. Can't see exactly if it's a 300 or a 500. Looks like 303.
308. Yep, 303.
Is Nir Zohar and David Reznik riding for Team CCC. Yesterday they finished in the 6th place in the Masters Prologue. A minute and 53 seconds off the pace. It's hard to know exactly where they are now. We'll get a better picture of where everybody is in the intermediate points.
I think our cameras also have to find their leaders on the track, don't they?
It's pretty messy to find all the leaders because we have 5 different categories here racing, even more because we have the relay racers as well. So it's hard to find yourself exactly between all the riders. All you need to do is ride as strong as possible for the whole race. And that gap that they have, the 1 minute and 53 seconds, that's very manageable and can be opened. They can lead by 2 minutes at the end of the stage. It's such a long day. We still have such a long race. Anything can happen.
I mean, it's nothing. 2 minutes on 111 Ks is nothing. If one rider has a bad moment, loses that energy, loses the feeling in the legs, I mean, can lose 4 or 5 minutes quite easily.
Very easily. And it could have been that they just had a bad race yesterday and they're having a better one today. And here we can see the results from yesterday from the prologue in the Masters category. First place were Yuval Friedman and Noam Strashnov. Second were Sharon Per and Vir Almog. As we said, Nir Zohar and David Reznik that we just saw are 6th.
So we got 6 teams within 2 minutes of each other.
It's a tight race. I think it will stretch out a little more today. Going back to 3rd, it was Angelo Di Veroli and Chaim Dahang under a minute back. 4th, Lior Zachmaor and Sur Brandt. And 5th, Asaf Brode and Lior Chaklai. A minute and 34 seconds off the pace of the winners, Yuval Friedman and Noam Strashnov, who are wearing that dark blue jersey.
Yeah, I think they're sponsored by the Wahoos that have come and put their trainers here for people to warm up.
Well, I'm pretty sure we'll see them later, and I'm pretty sure they're going to have another good race. They're very experienced, Friedman and Strashnov, riding many Cape Epics as professionals together. And this is their 2nd Epic in the Masters category after they won last year's Epic.
השידור בחסות איך יודעים שהאבוקדו הבשיל?
גם באבוקדו!
תשאלו כל דחי. סימן איכות של חקלאי הגליל.
לקחת את האימון לאקסטרים. קורקומין אקסטרים. קורקומין ליפוזומלי בשילוב Q10 פטנטי. בר הצמחים.
BMW X4, עכשיו באולמות התצוגה.
פספורט קארד, במקום הראשון במדד השירות בביטוחי הנסיעות לחו"ל. פספורט קארד, no matter what.
A unique haute couture creation. New DS4 haute couture experience.
פומה פיוטר, נעלי הכדורגל של המחר. פומה.
בטאץ' מתאימים ביטוח בול לרכב שלכם, החל מ7 שקלים ליום, כולל מקיף וחובה, רק בטאץ'.
יותר טוב לנו האמת, כי זה להתרכז במשהו.
כן, יותר קל היום מרגיש. Some more images from earlier today. The beautiful Ramat Nadiv, and we see a little problem there for number 322 for CCC team. Looks like a problem in the rear wheel. I wonder if it's the derailleur, maybe the wheel.
It's going to have to come out, isn't it? It looks like they're going to have to put an inner tube if they're taking it out.
Yeah, it's Sassi Levy and Yaniv Axt, the Avengers! Exclamation mark.
And you know that the Shimano guys, the Shimano mechanics were telling me that there's two points where there's a self-service, free for charge, inner tube, tyre and sealant to use. All you have to do, if you have a problem, you can go and take a tyre, it's free for charge.
That's great to hear, and it's another great sponsor of this Bara Epic Israel. But it's only 2 points in 111 kilometers, which are great.
No, sorry, that's an extra 2 points from the feed zones. They are in the feed zones waiting for them as well. With the, even if you just take a little bit of oil from them, it'll just help your day.
That is very appreciated help. However, the race is very long and the riders do need to carry some of their own equipment as well. Sometimes you just can't carry on if you don't have any more air in one of your wheels. You can't get to one of these points. You'll have to deal with it on its own, and that's part of mountain bike racing, part of epic racing.
Yeah, well, these guys, if they're putting an inner tube in now and they've still got 68, 70 Ks, or they've probably got 80 Ks to go, it's worthwhile them just stuffing a new inner tube in there just for spare in the back of their pockets.
Absolutely, and maybe have the professionals help them.
I once came across a Russian rider in Israel, Benji and his Russian rider. He was a top UCI rider. They'd had 3 punches in the day, and I kept on catching up with them. The first 2 times I left them by themselves. The third time I felt so sorry for them, I threw them my inner tube. You're not supposed to help them, but I did. And then after I'd thrown the inner tube and gone on, I thought, oh, what about me now? What if I need the inner tube?
I hope you didn't need it.
No. You don't have to, but no bad thoughts.
Karma was on your side.
That's right. Karma's a big thing in cycling, I think.
Well, cyclists can think about that sometimes, but in the end, it's all in your head. It's what you have in your legs and in your head as we pass through the Mount Holshan Reserve.
Yeah, I think the Russian guy was Aton, I think he was a big cross-country rider. That was quite funny because Benji had contacted me on email and invited him over to do the epic with him, like just quite, cheeky. And the guy said, yes, I'm coming.
That's a great way to find your partner. So guys who are looking for partners, start opening your email and find some riders.
Benji these days is apparently a very good coach of young kids.
I wonder if that's what he teaches them as well.
He probably does. He gets his kids to send cheeky emails all over the world. We're coming into Mount Holshan here in the reserve, and this is absolutely full of singles. I don't know how many kilometers of singles in here. There's so many singles, not only Kakal singles, but the singles that were built back in the day. And I'm just going to throw a couple of names out there. I know some people get annoyed, some people get disappointed when you don't mention their name, but I think we have to mention Warren Pryor and Boaz from Ezarim. I think they are the godfathers of the single building in the north. I think Warren was telling me they started off in 1996 to build trails here.
Wow.
Then it was a little bit illegal.
Then we won't get into that. We just owe them all a huge thanks.
There was this name, Warren. Warren built this single, when you started, you didn't know who he was. And it was like, you thought it was this like little dwarf that came out of his cabin in the middle of the night with the moon, with his spade, and did these singles. It was absolutely amazing. As a new rider, I didn't know where they were. You were told, just ride and you'll find them.
I hope you found them.
You find them in the end, you spend enough time. It's amazing. You take a single, you don't know where you're going to turn up. You come to the end of the single, and then you climb back up again. Look for a new one.
Well, now we have even more singles, so you can do your whole ride in singles in some of these reserves, some of these woods, some of these forests.
Yeah, well, after Kakal, we won't say cottoned on, but Kakal got the idea that as he watched it's a cyclist in the forest is a good idea.
Looks like some riders have stopped there. Not exactly clear why they've stopped, what happened. I don't know if they got mistaken, if something happened. It's hard to see exactly who this is.
We can see someone bending over there on the bike, but there's 4 of them. You're right, there's one person walking. 3.
I think it's a motorcycle. Looks like it could be George Jagger and Lucas Baum who have stopped, but they're off and running now. It was a quick fix, and I think they're back on their bike.
Yeah, that's the electric bike on the left there.
And when the motorbike is over there, that means that it's in front of the leaders, so it may have stopped and waited for them. Looks like the yellow jersey. George Jagger and Lucas Baum, they may have lost a minute or so over there.
Again, but when you're in control, if you can lose a minute, you can get that back. If it's in your legs, then that's not such a disaster.
And I would say it could kick them off their pace, but they're so calm and so collective. I don't think it will.
Also, the guys behind them probably don't know that happened. So if I knew, I would try and raise my pace a little bit because I knew I had a little bit of an advantage. They don't know.
For sure.
So they're the second, third, fourth pace guys don't take that advantage.
They won't, but they may start seeing them now because we can see them just at the right hand side of your image, just over there, just about to make that turn that the Germans made. Now it looks like it's about 30 seconds gap. It was up to a minute or so, I would say.
Well, there's nothing better than for motivation to see someone who you're chasing in the distance.
But it depends how straight the roads are here. So I'm not sure they saw them. I'm not sure they know. But they're still riding. They're still racing. And I wonder what happened over there for the Germans.
The only way they could probably find out is they have their team members or support staff in a feed zone or in the forest. They could just be standing by the side of a junction and they could throw the times out to them as they go past.
Well, I assume that will probably happen in the feed zones. I'm not sure they'll have their team members stand in some junction in the forest.
You'll be surprised what people ask you to do, you know.
Well, we just passed near Bat Shlomo.
I think we're climbing, aren't we? The speed of them looks to have gone down. We can't see the grade. It looks like a climb here.
Hard to see the gradient from the riders. Not sure we have reception down there, and looks like we're just getting images. Not sure exactly who these are. They do have some backpacks, so I'm not sure it's the elite riders.
They're going to an area in Israel that is it's a mecca of cycling. The amount of forest trails, 4x4 trails, single tracks is absolutely amazing. You can put your car in the middle and ride for 8 hours without hitting a road, without going across a road, and just riding single track and trails here.
That is just wonderful.
The downside of it is that a race like this, you can get into it and it's not one big hill and then you can see where you are. You sort of go in and down and you get lost to where you actually are in the area. So you can think you're close to the finish, but you're not actually close at all.
Because there's so much to ride.
Yeah.
Well, as I started saying, we just passed near Bat Shlomo earlier. Another town in the area that was established in 1889, again with help of Rothschild. It's a village in Ramot Menashe, and it's named after his mother and her father, Betty and Shlomo. And actually, it started as a very lonely place. Up to 1905, there were only 3 families of farmers in the area, and another 15 years took to 1920 till there were 10 families there. It's a little less lonely now. There are 650 people or so in the village. But they had some lonely times there 100 years ago over there.
And we're back here with the camera on the front and the front 2 riders. As you can see, that there's a lot of medium-sized hills that you'll go over and come down into like a bowl, and then you've got no way of knowing actually where you are in that bowl, and you come up over a hill again and you go into another bowl. It can be quite discerning.
Well, you do have one indication, and that's your kilometers. You know how much you rode, you know how much is left, how much you need to ride, so you can understand how much is left, and you do know eventually you have to head west to the race village.
I think, what would you want to see on your computer in a race like this? I think I'd like just to see kilometers traveled and maybe even height, the height accumulated. And that way you can know how much climbing you've still got left.
That's another good way of understanding where you are at the race.
And time, obviously, because you need to remember you have to have a routine of nutrition and drinking. Everybody decides for themselves. I would take a gel every half an hour. I would make sure I drank my bottle within every hour. So I was always looking at the time. Hour passed, I've finished my bottle, I've had 2 gels already.
It is very important because during the race it's hard to feel hungry or thirsty, but you need to remind yourself. You need to put those set points of drinking, of eating. I would actually not eat gels at the beginning of such a long race because it could mess up with you. It's a hard food for a long day. But gels at the end of the race are a very good way to get energy quick and fast into your system.
There's an unwritten rule where if you're already thirsty and you think you're thirsty, then it's already too late. You should have been drinking before.
And that's why you need to time yourself.
And sometimes in the very back end of the race where your partner or you're feeling the pressure and you're tired, your mind's gone to a different place and you're on automatic, it's quite good for your partner to ask you if you've had a drink recently.
It is good, and it's another good aspect of riding with a partner, with another friend, with another pal. You can look out at each other, and it's not only the feeling thirsty that can alert you and tell you it's too late, but also feeling a little tired or feeling like you don't have energy, feeling like you're about to cramp. Adding up salt is also important for some riders who lose lots of salts during the race.
I mean, for all the riders here, they're going to feel tired in the end. There's no rider that's going to feel fresh after the day.
Of course, but you can manage it, eating well and drinking well.
The great thing is that if you're feeling tired and you look at your riders around you, your competitors, if they look worse to you than you're feeling, it gives you a great boost.
Well, but the problem is not every rider. Some riders have a good poker face, and I think one thing that's important to remember is that everyone is suffering. And if you remember that, you can maybe cheer yourself up that you're not the only one that's suffering.
I'm sure that I think I remember some famous cyclist from the 70s said it never gets easy. It doesn't get easier, it just gets faster.
And it still gets faster and faster as the Germans. I think it's the Germans now at the front. A little hard to see, but we can see two riders over there. Seems like they have a yellow jersey.
Yeah, I would imagine, because they've got the motorbike there and there's only two together, isn't there? They've left Bat Shlomo. You can see we've left Bat Shlomo and we're going towards Mishma Emek Forest.
And we are back with the chasers. Looks like we have the Italians here. Guy Niv and Nadav Reisberg, Charlie Mark and Tomer Zaltzman over there at the back of that group.
And you can see the pace is just a little bit lower. They're just looking at each other. Why should I work in the front? Come and give a hand here. It'd be better for them to come to some sort of agreement that at least one rider of every couple does a turn on the front.
Exactly. The longer they don't work, the more the Germans escape. The bigger the gap from the German becomes, and that puts them out of the race from the first place.
On these long, they might, if there was only 30 seconds still on these long roads, they might better see them in the front.
Exactly, and it's very important to keep the gap as small as possible. Even if it's a minute, it's better off a minute than two, because something can happen to the Germans. They can have a flat tire.
Well, we've seen that now, haven't we?
Exactly, and sometimes it can be even worse for the Germans. I absolutely don't wish that for them, but you need to know how to take advantage of those situations. Mountain biking and racing in general is also having your equipment in the best shape possible for the whole race.
Now I can tell a personal story. I was with Shavit Kochavi one year. We were and one day we were third. We knew we were third on the track for the Masters 40, and we knew that Angelo and Noam Schiller were in front of us. We didn't know where they were. We kept on working after 90 Ks, 2 Ks to the finish. We found them in the forest with 2 inner tubes that they'd obviously ruined. I don't know how they did it. 2 inner tubes were on the floor. There was a big argument going on between them why they'd messed up. And we just rode past them. We knew we were going into second place, and we were smiling. All the pain had gone away, and we were just watching the argument as I think they recognised their second place was going as we passed. It was just beautiful.
I'm happy for you
us.
guys.
For us, sorry, but for them, I didn't want to be there. It looked like a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah, I'm happy for you guys, and that's exactly what we just said. You need to keep on riding for the whole race, because you never know what will happen to your rivals.
That's right. It's this moment, you know, that was maybe 9 years ago, that moment, but those moments in cycling, you know as well, stay with you forever, don't they?
Absolutely.
When we're suffering and the legs are aching, those sort of go away, I have to say. I can't remember how my legs used to hurt.
Here we have Guy Niv now at the front of the race, leading up that group. 3 Israelis in the group, 1 Austrian and 2 Italians.
You know, Guy, they could be looking at Guy Niv saying, come on Guy, you're a Tour de France rider, you go and do the work a bit.
And now it looks like some Charlie Markt is over there. I'm not sure if he's leading or if he's behind Guy.
Well, there's 5, you see. Guy's ahead on the left there. There goes Guy, he's just on the left. Now,
looks like now Guy and Nadav are together, maybe trying to escape.
They're going to do some work now, I think. They realise this isn't good for them to pull everybody up.
They want to pull away from these guys as we cross under another road. Pretty sure it's Route 6 right now, heading to the area of Ramot Menashe. That's the area of the first epics, where you won, haven't you?
That was a long time ago, but yeah, I've still got the jersey, you know? And when I want to feel good, I put that jersey on and go for a ride and live the dream again.
That's great. What color is that jersey?
It was white and blue.
White and beautiful.
Can I tell you a story about the first epic?
Of course.
Gal might not like this, yeah? But Gal didn't have any money at all, and it really was built on a shoestring. That's fine, you know? He had the vision to start it up, that's fine. No one believed it. At the time, people were going, no, it's not going to happen, it's not going to happen. The guy was like a bulldozer, he made it happen. The money ran out, I think. And we got the first, the Masters 40-year-old's first prize. He didn't have enough money for 2 plates, or two cups.
Okay.
So we had to share it between us. So I gave it to my partner because he was 10 years older than me, and I said, you earned this plate, Sunshine. It was easier for me than it was for you. You take the plate home. But that was how, this is where it came from, the roots of this race.
Well, it has to start from somewhere, and look how far it's gone now.
And we'd like to thank all of the team here for doing it and carrying on for this 9 years, isn't it?
9th epic. 10 years ago they started, because we did have a COVID year in the middle, as many sports events had. But this is the 9th event. Next year it will be the first, the 10-year event.
Maybe there's something special going to happen. We have to wait and see. And a 10th anniversary.
Every epic is special, and I'm sure the next one will also be as special and even more special than this one. I think we're improving from year to year. Gal manages to outscale himself every time.
Well, you collect the knowledge, don't you, as you go along. Every year you learn something, trying to improve yourself.
You do, as we get some images from our leading riders. George Jagger and Lucas Baum are working well. No panic for these guys.
I think moving the race every couple of years keeps this race fresh. It's nothing worse than going to a race that feels stale and the excitement's left it.
Exactly, that's part of what's interesting. Here we have number 343. It's Yaron Menachem and Guy Dvir for team 443, number 343. Nice for these guys. And they have a problem there with their chain, it looks like.
Yeah, maybe the chain slipped off the cassette and got stuck there. The chain stuck between the spokes and the cassette, trying to yank it out maybe. Bit of teamwork.
Yeah, the other guy's gonna try maybe now. Anyway, so you were talking about how the venue changes every few years, and it does help to freshen things up, because before every year the riders come and ride all of the tracks in the area. So every few years many riders come to see a new area of the country, and that's part of Gal's vision. He wants the epic to be revealed and to reveal different parts of the country, different parts of Israel.
Well, it's a big boost for the area. Months before the epic arrives here, you'll come on the weekend and find riders from all over the country looking for the trails that Gal's using. Do you know where Gal's using? Do you know what signature track? No one knows. That's the fun of it. You just have to ride all of them.
You have to ride all of them, and even then Gal can make up a new trail. So we're back with George Egger and Lucas Baum at the front of this race, going from one side of the trail to another, trying to find the smoothest way through. We can see that group behind them. I think they're not so far behind. It looks like the same track. Could we see them at the continuation of it?
Yeah, I think we're in a transition point here. It goes from one set of hills to the last big set of hills.
Yeah, we're now in the area of Ramot Menashe, if I'm not mistaken. Looks like the Germans were here 30 seconds or so ago, so the gap may be closing down.
And this area is also famous for having flint stones. You can see the grey, it's like a clay grey, but the stones are very white and very sharp on your tyres. But you have flowing trails and tracks here.
That's exactly why they're trying to find the smoothest path as possible. They don't want to have another technical issue. I think they're pretty close, these two groups now.
But you can see the body language here of this second group is a bit more relaxed. Not everybody wants to do the work on the front here. I think if you pay attention over the next couple of minutes, you'll see a certain amount of riders working and the others just resting in the back.
I think I've seen mostly Reisberg and Nive at the front and Charlie Mark helping them. I didn't see any other riders leading yet.
You still, I think there was a little bit of explosive there. No,
Looks they're still all together.
yeah. I think they're going to wait to the hill, the next hill now, to make an attack. Because you don't want to be, if you've got people sitting on the back sucking on your wheel, as you say, it can be rather annoying, and you'd rather get rid of them before. You don't want to take them to the finish, do you?
Absolutely. You won't go at your 100% when you have someone on your wheel. And I don't think they're going at their 100% yet. But when they'll be alone, and I'm pretty sure we're going to have another split here, or an attempt to split the back here, I think then they'll start upping the pace. It's a balance, the balance between not letting the Germans get too far away, and on the one hand, and the other hand, not to give a free ride to your opponents. So Tomer Zaltzman is just making his way up this pack, passing the Italians, maybe trying to get to the wheel of Charlie Mark. Could have recovered a little bit from an effort earlier on.
Yeah, it'd be no good for Charlie to make an attack when Tomer was off the back there. So maybe Tomer's realised he needs to come closer, so when the time comes, they can go off together.
Maybe he wants to say something to Charlie as well. As you all know, here riders don't have any radio or communication to anyone, not to their partner and not to anyone in other places. As we talked yesterday as well, they don't know where the other riders are. All they have is their teammates in the feed zones, if they have some. As we can see some more solar plants at Kibbutz Ramot Menashe, which is a kibbutz in the Ramot Menashe region.
We can see the crowds there waiting for them. Hopefully it's the school kids that have been let out the classes again today to go and meet them.
It's beautiful to have all these crowds here on the road. And let's talk a little bit about Ramot Menashe. It was established in 1948 by Polish Holocaust survivors, who were later joined by South American groups.
That should have been interesting, shouldn't it? The two of them together.
It's an interesting combination. And another thing about this kibbutz, it's the only kibbutz to have a professional soccer team in Israel. It's not in the higher leagues, but it's a professional soccer team for Ramot Menashe. And here we can get some beautiful images of this pretty kibbutz. We're back behind the leaders, George Egger and Lucas Baum, wearing the yellow jersey after winning yesterday's prologue. The only riders to do it in less than an hour. And looks like there will be again the fastest riders today, although the group behind is not easing up. They're not so far behind, but George and Lucas aren't slowing down at all.
You can see, I think they're starting to climb now, can't you? The terrain's changed a little bit. The stones have not, it's not that grey earth anymore. It's turned to become red. And then you've got loose rocks again. And those step-ups as well are pretty annoying for riders when you have to step up on a rock.
It is annoying, especially when you try to get into your pace in a climb. Some riders mind it more, some less. Some riders really like to have their pace and not have it bothered during a climb. Some could manage with it, the more explosive riders.
Later in the race, if you hit those later in the race, that's the place where you can get cramps, isn't it?
Exactly, when you change that pace, it's harder to get into your pace then. No doubt. You can see cooling down, maybe having a little snack.
You can see they're still in control if they can take their hands off the handlebars and grab a gel in the back. And also, maybe he noticed he's taking a gel, so I get a bit. It's a good time to take one as well. Just remind yourself.
Indeed.
And we just like to remind they haven't reached the first feed zone yet, have they?
I think they will reach it any moment now. It's 50 kilometers in. We had 110 kilometers or so.
So it should be now coming up then. We're 61 to go. We're listening straight from the camera guy, Aviv.
I'm pretty sure it's Aviv Yecheskel.
Yeah, he's talking. We can hear him.
I think he's talking to Sport 5.
כן, לדעתי מדובר על פחות מדקה. כשהיינו ברמת האביב... הופה. רגע, פספוס קטן. אני בסדר, רק פספוס קטן של רוכבים במסלול, בכל מקרה חזרנו. ברמת הנדיב היה להם כ-45 שניות, אחר כך הפער לדעתי גדל לכיוון דקה, וכשהפאנצ'ר קרה הם בזבזו לפחות חצי דקה, אז אני מעריך שהפאנצ'ר כרגע באזור 30, 45 שניות יוצא לי לדעת כי אני לא רואה את קבוצת הרדיפה, אבל זה בערך הפער.
So our English listeners here, we're just listening to the Hebrew commentary from the camera guy Aviv, who's with the second and third, fourth place riders on the track.
Indeed, and we'll get you that translation in a moment.
מצליחים בכאילו קלות לנצח את המרוץ ולייצר פערים עצומים וכל ברכיבה מאוד מאוד מרשימה שהם כמעט כל הזמן לבד. תראה, אז אני חושב שאני חווה את הרמה שלהם שעולם דרך התוצאות שלא משתנות, אבל הרמה של התחרות ושל הרוכבים הישראלים כל הזמן עולה, ונראה שהזוג הזה רק ממשיך ומגיע חזק יותר מכל שנה ושנה, חכם יותר ומנוסה יותר.
תודה רבה אביב, אנחנו...
So we're back with you guys. So Aviv was talking a little bit about the race. He said that the gap of the Germans was up to nearly a minute. Then they had that puncture that we saw that was apparently their technical problem. The gap went down to 30 seconds. The Germans then were very curious about what the gap was. And he didn't know what to tell them. And now they want to make it larger again. So he said they're working very hard. He was later on talking about the level of the race here in Epic Israel, in Bara Epic Israel, and he says it's harder from year to year, that the Germans come stronger from year to year, and also the Israelis in the race improve every year of this race. So we're very happy to hear that the race is getting only harder and harder, and the level only grows here in Bara Epic Israel. As we can see, Aviv over there, he's
looking back.
To hold.
He's looking, yeah, they're looking back. I think we saw the main road there. That's where the second group just turned off. So the second group could potentially see them up ahead on that road.
They could see them, but they're working hard. I think the gap is closer to the minute now. We did see that road crossing happened around a minute ago.
So you can see the different pedaling styles between the two partners there. One's using a lot of power, slower cadence. The other one is using a higher cadence, less power.
Looks like it was mostly George Egger on the front today, at least for now. Seems like he has a good day up till now. Although Lucas Baum is in great form, finishing 7th in the Marathon World Championships last week.
You know, this is a good time to drink, but before they come into the feed station, it's better to drink what you've already got in your bottle rather than just chuck it on the floor when you fill it up new.
It is, as we said, very important to keep on drinking even when you don't feel so thirsty. Got to get those liquids back in your body. You sweat a lot, you work a lot. And if you won't, you just won't be able to keep on riding at this level.
As we said about the last 30 Ks, it's downhill super fast. There'll be no time to stop for anything. So they're probably thinking they're only going to stop once until the end, aren't they? I don't think they'll stop twice, these riders.
I don't think, because they are absolutely flying. They're nearly halfway of the race. Less than 2 hours. I believe it will take a little under 4 hours if they continue at this pace. We have 30 kilometers or so of hard work, let's say, and then it will be 30 kilometers of descent and fast.
Super fast. You have
super
to hang on to your handlebars to go down.
We'll have the flatter roads just before the race village, but they'll be very fast as well. As we're getting some more images from our helicopter, our Isracopter helicopter, giving us great images throughout this race. Looks like the pace isn't very high in that second chasing group.
And we had Tomer and Carl in second place, don't they? So they the other riders have to beat them today to move up, don't they?
They do. They're in control for now. I'm sure they'll want to make that gap a little bigger. You don't want to have your gap around a minute from your rivals. You want to be in a more comfortable place, and that's exactly what the Germans are doing. They want to have a bigger gap when they have 2 minutes over their closest rivals.
Well, they're thinking ahead, and tomorrow they won't have to go off the front to make this big effort. If they want to, they can just sit and relax and let the other people try and beat them.
They won't have to, but I'm not sure they can help themselves. They just love racing. They love going full gas. They love winning. And here they are at the feed zone. So you see they do stop. They take some water. They'll probably change bottles. Take as many drinks as they can. Pour some things on them. Cool down.
Straight out of the jug.
And they want to do it as fast as possible. They don't want the other riders to even see them. You see Aviv is tense over there.
He's looking for a battery.
Changing his battery, exactly.
He's going to lose them. He's going to have to work hard to catch up.
Well, he did it once. He can do it again.
Now we could time it there. What we were about, we were just under 46 minutes there.
I'd say 45, 40. They got in there, something like that. And they'll be here any moment. But it doesn't feel like they're racing full on.
Now we've got 6 riders coming into the same feed zone. 6 of the riders trying to grab the same drinks at the same time. It'll take a little bit longer than it would have the front two, wouldn't it?
It will, but it's a big feed zone. You have many people over there. It is set to receive 500 riders today. So I think they'll be ready for these 6 riders. But it really looks like they're not putting in a huge effort right now.
They're all looking at each other, aren't they?
When will we see the attacks?
That's the problem when you don't know what the first place riders, how far ahead they are. And if it's in a reasonable gap, they could be pushing on and trying to catch them.
I hope they haven't given up on that first place. So we're just in the Kibbutz Ramat HaShofet right now. It's over a minute, the gap. We said around 45, 40. They're just about to end the feed zone. A minute and a half, would it be?
Yep, yeah. But it's still, I mean, if they were to seriously work together, they could close that, or try and close it down to 30 seconds.
They could shrink that gap, as you said. It doesn't have to be a minute and a half if they keep on working, but it doesn't look like they're working so well together.
They're all looking at each other. That's the thing about cycling. They're thinking, why should I work for my competitor who's just going to attack me in the end?
And then by doing that, the gap from the German is only growing. They may have a gap of 4 minutes from their closest rivals by the end of the day. And it doesn't look like they got into the feed zone yet. I think it's 2 minutes of a gap already.
2 minutes, yeah.
That's a very big gap to have in the middle of the race. We see some riders, the Italians are just continuing through.
Yeah,
so is Guy Nieve.
Yeah.
Reisberg is stopping for a couple of drinks.
Carl's already gone out.
Guy Nieve is going to have to wait for Nadav Reisberg.
Quite often you can send your partner to get another bottle for you, or a gel. You tell one person to stop, get a couple of gels, bring me 1 gel back or a bottle.
Indeed, and that was a slightly faster stop at the feed zone. Maybe 10 seconds save there. Still a minute and 50 from the Germans. There's a big gap.
Yep. Well, let's hope it doesn't come to bite them back after if they didn't fill up their water.
Yes, as you said, it's a race of attrition. So we are here at Kibbutz Ramat HaShofet, and it's named after Julian Mack, a Zionist American judge. The indicator says 24 degrees. I'm not sure I feel like it is 24 degrees. Feels warmer in the shade right now. But the humidity is 60%, so the riders are sweating a lot, which means they need to drink a lot. And that's why the stop of the Germans was very wise. I hope the other riders, as you said, won't pay for that short stop later. They still have 56 kilometers to go in this race, halfway through pretty much. Still a long way to go, and here we have intermediate times for the women.
That was just yesterday's times, come on.
It was the intermediate time for the prologue yesterday. A few mistakes here and we'll get the right results in a moment for you. But do remember now, Man Neumann and Leah Rivers had the problem earlier on today. We don't know how long it took them to fix it. We didn't see too much of them today.
Yeah, that was in the avocado fields, wasn't it? Some sort of, maybe a drop chain?
Hard to know. We saw them for a few seconds and they were off their bikes. And here is again, the prologue results, the intermediate prologue results. We'll get to you with the correct results in a moment. So please bear with us. We're here with some Zone 3 riders.
Back in the Masters, you see they're in that transitional period between the two hills. That's quite a way back.
I'm not sure it's Master riders. I don't see 3 digits. Maybe elite, but not UCI riders.
There's a Zone 3 rider in the front there.
Well, some of them are under 40, so they do race in the elite category, but just not in the UCI. And here we have the timing of the first feed zone. So it's confirmed 2 minutes and 30 seconds is the gap from the first group to the second group. Will remind me George Egger and Lucas Baum are leading.
That must be an overall time. Oh no, not overall.
No,
there was 2 minutes and 30.
So the second group has the Samparizis, Guy Nieve and Nadav Reisberg, and Charlie Mark and Tomer Zaltzman.
Now you're good at maths, aren't you? What's the average speed? It was 50 Ks. What was their time?
Well, I don't remember the time actually.
We've lost it, haven't we? We should have done the average. We'd have got you doing the average speed again. I think it's only going to get higher and higher as soon as they go over that last hill at 80 Ks.
I think it was about 2 hours, so it's about 25 kilometers per hour.
I think it was 145 they went in the feed zone.
Yeah, it is. We're not even in 2 hours now.
On 50 Ks.
So give me a moment, I'll open the calculator.
I thought you were going to do it in your head.
Ah. So 28.5 kilometers per hour. That's pretty much the average speed up to now.
Going up hills in the minute.
They're flying.
Guys and girls at home, try and do 28 Ks an average for just an hour. Try it.
On your mountain bike.
It won't happen.
Going uphill.
And we were on 36 average yesterday, weren't we, on the flat?
Whew. We need to connect some dynamo to them. We can create some more electricity. Not only those photoelectric solar.
Well, I've seen quite often they have people produce bikes that you can pedal and make produce electricity in these fairs, can't you? It's quite good fun. Generally involves beer as well.
Well, George Egger and Lucas Baum can make lots of energy. Looks like the Spaniards, Team B.
Yeah, we haven't seen them all day, have we?
Yeah, they were at the back.
Oh, here's the B. There's the blue one. That was another couple. The blue with the Spaniards.
We looked at the other riders coming in around 1 hour 47. So it looks like another 5 minutes for the Spaniards. A bad day in the saddle for them. I wonder if anything happened. Because they were third, we'll remind you, yesterday. In the top of the field. Third last year in Bara Epic Israel 2021.
So they're off the pace a little bit today.
I'm afraid to say it's a little more than a little bit. 5 minutes is a big gap. It is a marathon race. We do have 2 more stages to go after today. We do have another half stage today, but it's still a big gap. They're off the podium for now, that's for sure.
So we're back into the singles again, aren't we? Uphill single.
Yeah, and our cameraman Aviv Yecheskel is trying to keep up the pace of George Egger and Lucas Baum. Our cameramen don't only have to be strong with their e-bikes, they also have to be technical, because these riders are very technical. Even when they don't know the single tracks, they fly. They don't care if they have rocks or any other technical elements, they fly through them. And our cameraman has to be able to fly through them as well.
Yeah, well, we don't know exactly where they are now, but if anybody wants to come to Mishmar Emik and go up into the forest, this is the area that they're at, the lovely flowing singles. Anybody can ride these singles.
It looks very flowy and very fast. Still better technique riders would do it faster.
You always want to go faster, yes.
And George Egger and Lucas Baum are going very fast. Looks like it's Lucas on the front this time, a little hard to see. But George is a slightly bigger rider.
Yeah, so we're on a Kakal single here. You can always tell a Kakal single because they've got those overpasses, those gates, the bridges that you go over. It's a cattle bridge, so the cattle can't come through into the forest. In the very beginning of the Kakal singles, someone had an idea of producing a ramp, a flat bridge, and then a ramp going down. The riders quickly found out that if you hit it too hard, you'd actually take off. If you came down the ramp, you came down a single, hit the ramp, the diagonal ramp going up.
שלום לכולם. בעצם מה שאנחנו עושים בפינה הזאת, אנחנו רוצים איכשהו להראות לכם, להדגים, להסביר את מה הולך לקרות לרוכבים, מה הרוכבים הולכים לעבור. מה שקורה בתחרויות כביש מאוד קל להראות גרף של עלייה, את אחוזי השיפוע, שיפוע מקסימלי, שיפוע ממוצע, אורך שלה, לדבר קצת על כיווני רוח אולי, באיזה שלב היא מגיעה במסלול. מתוך זה, כל אחד בבית יכול להבין את דרגת הקושי של הקטע הזה. בסינגלים מאוד מאוד קשה, באופני הרים בכלל מאוד קשה. מה שניסינו לעשות זה לקחת 4 פרמטרים מתבקשים, שיתנו לנו הבנה מה דרגת הקושי של מקטע אופני הרים. אנחנו נתרכז בסינגלים. הפרמטרים שבעזרתם נבין את דרגת הקושי של כל סינגל הם מתבקשים, אורך הקטע וכמה גובה מצטבר צוברים על הקטע הזה, רמה הטכנית שלו, כמה הוא טכני מבחינת מה האלמנטים שבתוכו, דרופים גדולים, סוויצ'בקים, דרדרת מסוכנת, ירידות עם שיפוע מאוד מאוד חזק או הפוך עליות. דרגה טכנית, מה הדרגה הטכנית? דירגנו את זה מ-0 ל-5, מ-1 ל-5 יותר נכון, ופלואו, זרימה, כמה הם צפופים האלמנטים האלו, איך נראה פני הקרקע, האם זה זרוע אבנים או אם זה חלק וכבוש, וכמה אנרגיה נדרשת בשביל לשמר מהירות בקטע הזה, במקטע, כל מקטע שנפרק אותו ונדבר עליו בהמשך. זה בעצם, גם את זה, נתנו לזה דירוג, זאת אומרת, לגבי הזרימה, 1 זה אומר הכי פחות זורם, 5 זה הכי זורם. ברמה טכנית, 1 זה הכי פחות טכני, 5 זה הכי טכני, אוקיי? ועכשיו מכל האלמנטים האלו שדיברתי עליהם קודם, כל הפרמטרים האלו ביחד נותנים לנו דרגת קושי כללי. 1 זה הכי פחות קשה, 5 הכי קשה. סבבה, מוכנים? נתחיל? מתחילים.
I'd like to thank Gal for that explanation how he's rated the singles. Hopefully the riders understood that on the tracks today. Quite often when you ride a single track, it doesn't have to be technically difficult, but if you're riding at a super high pace, all the corners become more and more technical and you can actually lose your grip and crash. Just on a single that other people would say, well, there's nothing technical to that. It's just about how fast you're riding that single.
אנחנו נמצאים בכניסה לסינגל הכחול, כך הוא ידוע בפי קהילת האופניים, רוכבי האופניים. סינגל קקלי מתוקתק מהונדס של 30 קילומטר. אנחנו, זאת אומרת המסלול, הרוכבים, ירכבו עליו בערך קצת יותר מ-14 קילומטר. ב-14 קילומטר האלו הם יאבדו 360 מטר גובה, יצברו 200 מטר גובה. זאת אומרת, הם מתחילים הרבה יותר גבוה ומסיימים בעמק יזרעאל הרבה יותר נמוך. משם הם ממשיכים כבר לפידזון השלישי. עד לכאן הם רכבו 50 קילומטר וצברו כמעט 700 מטר טיפוס. הם עשו את זה נצבר, מתגלגל, תוכנים יורדים, תוכנים יורדים, תוכנים יורדים, שום אלפדואז, שום איזה משהו דרמטי, איזו עלייה גדולה מאוד מאוד, אלא כאלו של 3-5 דקות. פול גז, ירידה, שביל, אבק, רכבות, זה מה שהיה עד לכאן. שני אלמנטים משמעותיים, אחד זה הטיפוס לרמת הנדיב, שהיה עד לכאן, קירון, סינגל חדש, חלק משביל סובב זיכרון, והדבר השני, אלמנט שהוא קצת יותר אולי יורגש ויזכר, חוץ מכל החיבור של כל ה-50 קילומטר האלו, כן? יש פה מלא דברים, אבל האלמנט השני הוא נחל דליה. נחל דליה מתחיל מלמטה, מכיוון חורשן לכיוון רמת מנשה, והוא צובר גובה על מסלול ערוץ נחל. דמיינו ערוץ נחל, כבשו בו איזשהו שביל, מג'עג'ע, מורגש, קשה. הם ייכנסו לתחנת הרענון בתיכון של מגידו, יצאו משם וייכנסו לסינגל. את הסינגל דירגנו באופן הבא. זרימה 4, פלואו כמעט הכי גבוה, זורם, בנוי, מגניב מאוד. רמה טכנית 2, סינגל בנוי, קקלי, מהונדס, אין בו שום דבר לפצח, אין שיפועים מטורפים לשום כיוון. רמת קושי כללית, שהיא מורכבת גם מהשני אלמנטים הראשונים שדיברנו עליהם, וגם מאובדן הגובה, פה הוא 360 מטר, וצבירת הגובה היא קצת מעל 200 מטר, היא רמת קושי בינונית, 3, הגדרנו אותה כ3, זאת הרמה של הסינגל הזה. תדמיינו יחד עם עוד מעט מה שתראו אותם רוכבים, את התחושה שלהם, של הרוכבים, זהו. זה מקום מאוד מאוד מגניב, עדיין סטייג' ראשון, במחצית שלו, לא מאוד מאוד עייפים יהיו הרוכבים, ואני מניח שרק מאוד ייהנו.
So thank you very much for Gal Tzachor explaining about what the riders will encounter now. So it's a very flowing single track, not very technical and not too difficult, just long, has ups and has downs, going down as we said around 300 meters, accumulating a total height of around 200 meters. They climbed already 700 meters, which means they have another 300 meters or so of climbing to the end of the stage, which isn't that much.
That's a number I used to love to look at, because those height meters tick away, you know you're getting closer and closer to the finish of the climbing, which gives you a little moral boost there.
Indeed it does. But I don't think these guys need any moral boost. They're just boosting up here through this race. It's amazing.
This area actually is very good for riding in the winter, because the mud, it's a clay surface which doesn't stick to your tires, which isn't true for tomorrow's race on the left hand side of us, where it gets a lot stickier, and if it's raining and wet, there's no chance. Don't go in the mud.
Good tips for winter riding. In general, for me, I would like to ride a few days after it rained, when it all is dried and tucked up, and you can have really good traction.
Smooth. It's like asphalt, isn't it?
Exactly. It's the best time in the year to ride single tracks, for my opinion. Here at the back, we can see of this little group, number 25, Boaz Chemo and Muhammad Yahya from team Muhammad and Boaz.
That was the M&Ms from half of the M&Ms from last year. Do you remember those two, Muhammad and Mustafa?
The M&Ms. I wonder if it's the same Muhammad we have here.
And we haven't seen much of the women yet, have we? And the mixed. I wonder how they're doing, how they're getting on.
We haven't seen much of them. As long as we're seeing Muhammad and Boaz, let's talk about the results. Yesterday, they finished the prologue at a time of 1 hour, 11 minutes and 35 seconds. 12 minutes off the pace of the leaders, but 20th overall, which is a very nice result for these guys.
Yeah, it's a solid result for domestic Israeli riders who are not pro riders at all. They're amateurs but enthusiasts who have a day job and ride in the spare time.
And they are having a great ride here in this Bara Epic Israel, and number 304 over there is Dvir Almog and Pe'er Sharon. So they ride with these guys. Dvir Almog and Pe'er Sharon, if I'm not mistaken, had a pretty good ride yesterday. Let's catch up on their results. They finished second yesterday, only 40 seconds behind the winners in the Masters category, Yuval Friedman and Noam Strashnov. So they are riders to look at this race today. I wonder how they are doing near the other riders.
Yeah, compared to to Noam and compared to Angela. We're just saying one name, we can't say all the names. But yeah, it'll be interesting to find where they are in their group.
One thing we know, the Germans are ahead of everyone. George Egger and Lucas Baum powering up another climb, just out of the saddle for one guy, in the saddle for another, and back into another single track, turning left, going up and down.
Cut in the corner just a little bit, save a little bit of energy.
Do they need to save any energy? Looks like they have so much of it. Maybe they should spare some.
As we said earlier, it doesn't get easier, it just gets faster.
Absolutely. And as Aviv also said, the level goes up every year. He feels that the Germans come here even stronger every day. Some beautiful twists and turns over there in that single track. Looks like pure fun to ride it, even on your red zone. We're back with Dvir Almog and Sharon Pe'er. It looks like number 304 with the orange jerseys. They are just getting into the feed zone, and I believe soon we'll start to get intermediate times.
That was 20 minutes down on the first riders.
And here we can see Gal Tzachor managing everything over there. You see a big cheering party. Gal Tzachor in that yellow vest managing the feed zone.
Is that called micromanaging, or what is it called when the boss comes down?
That's micromanaging, and we can see some more results. We have two pairs of Spaniards, 5th and 6th. 6 minutes and 40 behind the Germans. Another 4 minutes behind the second chasing group. It's Adrien and Unai and Victor and Manuel, who finished 3rd yesterday. Mark Schule and Paul Hauser for Germany. 7 minutes and 20 seconds off the pace. Milan Damek and Lukas Kaufmann, together with Holger and Sonke from Germany, are around 10 minutes off the pace. And Eitan Levy and Elia Daniel, 10 minutes and 24 seconds. The second Israeli duo on the stage today.
Yeah, that was the times in the first feed zone, the 50k time. Things might have changed since then. That's 20 minutes ago. We'll have to see. So I'll probably get another update sooner or later.
Well, I'm sure things have changed, but we'll see how they did in the next feed zone, I assume. And here we have results in the Masters category. So Yuval Friedman and Noam Strashnov are still leading. Sharon Pe'er and Dvir Almog, who we just saw, are 2 minutes and 36 seconds.
And where is Angelo and Chaim? We're missing.
That's the big question. The winners of 2019, the runners-up last year, are not here. And 3rd place, we must mention, Arnon Rosenbaum and Roy Hacker. 4 minutes and 10 seconds, a great ride for these guys.
Yeah, looks like they're feeling fantastic today.
Absolutely.
Where were they yesterday? Have you got that? They're obviously going to move up, aren't they, if they're 3rd now?
Well, they weren't 3rd yesterday, so as you said, they will move up. And we'll get the results in a moment. They were 7th yesterday, 3 minutes and 36 seconds up the pace. But 3 minutes and 36 seconds is only around 2.5 minutes from 3rd place. Many things can still happen. We didn't have Angelo and Chaim's result yet.
Yeah, but that's 4 places they've jumped up, haven't they? So they'll be happy.
Well, that's the results up till now, so we don't know where they are at the GC. They do need to open 2.5 minutes if they want to pass Angelo and Chaim. But it's possible. There's still a long way to go. There's still 50 kilometers to go from this part of the stage.
I think first of all you have to think what position you are rather than what time you have to make up. It's easier to just make up places and then in the last day or tomorrow maybe think about the time. How much actually time you have to put in. Because everything in the end sorts itself out, you know. The top riders do come to the cream of the riders come to the top.
Yes, of course.
And we can see we're back on the white clay course again. It's much smoother, but there are nasty little sharp stones in this area. We have to watch the rear, especially the rear tire. You can puncture the sidewall quite easily, can't you?
There are some stones, some boulders. You have to stay alert. You don't want to lose your wheel and maybe find yourself on the ground. It's not pleasant.
אני בשידור ישיר.
Here we have Itzik Cholapsky, head of Megiddo Regional Council, and we'll hear his interview now.
בוקר טוב לכם, אנחנו נמצאים בתיכון מגידו, בית הספר התיכון הכי טוב במדינה, במועצה אזורית מגידו, המועצה הכי יפה במדינת ישראל. אני שמח ומאושר לארח פה היום את מרוץ ברה אפיק ישראל, מרוץ לזכרו של גיורא צחור, בכיר המוסד עם זכויות ענק לביטחון ישראל, שהבן שלו גל מארגן בצורה מדהימה ומקצוענית. מרוץ שבו משתתפים רוכבי אופניים מ-17 מדינות ונותנים לו חסות חברת bara וקק"ל ומועצה אזורית מגידו עם מחלקת הספורט המצוינת שלה תומכת, וכיף גדול פה, יש פה אווירה מדהימה והמרוץ מתנהל עכשיו מאחריי ופשוט אווירה נהדרת לארח מרוץ מקצועני כזה. אני מאחל לכל צופי ערוץ הספורט לראות את המרוץ הזה. זה אחד האירועי הספורט המעולים שבמדינת ישראל, שאפו ענק לגל צחור על מפעל הנצחה למופת. הקהל
לא לעבור.
אני לא שומע אותך טוב, אני... כן, אז אנחנו במועצה אזורית מגידו, קודם כל אירחנו את המרוץ הזה כבר 3 פעמים, בשנים 2013, 2014 ו-2015, והוא גם יחזור אלינו בעתיד. היום אנחנו מארחים את חלקו, אנחנו מפתחים פה כדורסל וכדורגל וענף סייף וגם אתלטיקה וגם אופניים, ויש לנו מחלקת ספורט מצוינת, ספורט בתנופה אדירה במועצה אזורית מגידו, קבוצת כדורסל בליגה הארצית, ובהחלט הספורט פה הוא במרכז העשייה שלנו, כי הספורט הוא חלק מהחינוך, הוא לא בלתי נפרד מהחינוך. חשוב לנו מאוד לפתח את הספורט במועצה אזורית מגידו. תודה רבה, ותענו גם אתם בצפייה באירוע מדהים. תודה.
So we just heard from Itzik Cholavsky, the head of Regional Council Megiddo, and he seemed very happy and very enthusiastic about hosting Bara Epic Israel in his regional council.
Well, it's a great matchup between the race and the communities that are here. Megiddo, people from abroad won't know, but Megiddo is made up from kibbutzes and moshavs and very small communities.
השידור בחסות למי יש זמן לטפל לכם בהחזרי המס? ל800 המומחים של תלפיות, הבית של כלכלת המשפחה.
The new Opel Astra speaks for itself.
מתנות לחג קונים בבי, ועכשיו גיפט קארד עד 100 שקלים מתנה. חג שמח מבי.
איך יודעים שהאבוקדו הבשיל?
גם באבוקדו!
תשאלו כל דרכי. סימן איכות של חקלאי הגליל.
לקחת את האימון לאקסטרים. קורקומין אקסטרים. קורקומין ליפוזומלי בשילוב Q10 פטנטי. bara צמחים.
ערכת הספורט של ישראל. עיצוב וחיטוב הגוף. חפשו פיטקיט בגוגל. מעכשיו אין תירוצים. קולומביה. פיק פריק החדשה. אחיזת קרקע מושלמת. קולומביה.
So hi, yeah, we're back again. We got stopped by the advertiser. We all need advertisers, don't we, to get some money? But we were talking about the joining of cycling in Megiddo and how it's such a good match, this area. Also the area we're in the last 2 years in the north, the communities and people come to live here can literally ride out of their house into the forest or on a trail, safe trails. Rather than, I feel quite sorry about people who live in the cities and kids who live in these high block housing. You don't see them. It's so hard for parents to get kids on bikes in the city these days, especially in Israel.
And one of those safe tracks is the Ena Shafet Blue Single Track that we're riding around 30 kilometers of single track we will ride today. And it is beautiful to be out here in the wild and being able to ride on such a safe track here in the Megiddo Regional Council.
I mean, you don't have to be a cyclist either to enjoy the forests in the winter. We get a lot of mushrooms, wild mushrooms, that people have realized that actually hunting mushrooms in the winter is quite good exercise for them as well. They go along with their little baskets and look for mushrooms.
Sounds like a great activity. And actually the area of Megiddo is named after the ancient city Megiddo.
And people from abroad will know that from the Bible stories. You can actually, there is a place and you can go there.
Yeah, and Har Megiddo, which is now Tel Megiddo, where there are many ruins from thousands of years back, is one of roughly 10 World Heritage Sites in Israel.
You know, growing up as a child in England, we'd have a religious education, we'd learn the Bible, and all of these stories. I mean, the Bible's full of stories, isn't it? Stories about places that I thought as a child didn't actually exist. Until I came to live here and I actually realized they do exist.
And they do, and it's not only in the Jewish culture, but also in other cultures. Actually, Armageddon is a Greek missaying of Har Megiddo.
That's right.
And Armageddon is a thing, according to Christianity. Har Megiddo will be the location of the final fight.
Yep.
And after that fight, only people who believe in Jesus will survive. And it's not by any chance. Over the years, almost every army that came to conquer the land of Israel had to fight in this area. It's a very strategic area to fight in. And I think the fight here today is nearly done. It looks like the Germans are just cruising their way home now.
I think the only way someone's going to catch them if they have a technical and they lose some time.
Absolutely.
And again, as we said earlier, the last 30 Ks, roughly 30 Ks are downhill, going in a down direction. So they've only got 10, 15 Ks to go uphill or, on a plateau.
And we know that they do both uphill and both downhill very well. So as you said, I think only technical problems will stop these guys because they look absolutely unstoppable. I won't be surprised if the gap will be more than 3 minutes by the end of the day. I wonder if there's any movement on the second group because they have only 15 kilometers or so to attack. If they won't attack in the next 15 kilometers, I think they'll all finish up together. It'll be hard to make a difference on the flats.
Well, on a point like this, the more technical riders will try and push themselves to the front to get in ahead of the less technical and then try and make the difference. But that's a dangerous way to do it, to be on the edge going down after you've done over 2 hours of racing. Is quite dangerous to do. The oxygen in your brain's a bit thin, and you can easily make a mistake and go off on a corner.
I think the stakes are high and the risk is a little bigger than the reward here because I'm not sure you can open a huge gap. Everyone here is a technical skilled rider with these pro riders, so I'm not sure it's the best place to push it all out. I think it's a great place to recover because the riders who are more technical can have a better recovery on these single tracks and then attack on the flatter or little inclines that we have up here. As Gal said, there's no Alpe d'Huez here today. There are many short 3-minute, 5-minute climbs, as you said earlier as well. And this is how we accumulate 1,200 meters of climbing today. And these, for my opinion, or how I see it, are the best places to attack.
Well, obviously, yeah, you can. The amount of effort you put in to make that break is much more worthwhile. It's much more efficient to make the break on the climbs. You can quickly lose on a 5-minute climb. You could lose 30 seconds just like that, can't you? And if you haven't got the same pace as the people in front of you, you're going to lose every climb the 30 seconds. It's going to build up in the end.
Exactly. And once the elastic snaps,
it goes.
It goes, and it's not always It's not always nice to get back. Here we can see some images from this morning. We started stage 1 of Bara Epic Israel at our race village in Chof Nachsholim. 500 riders left the race village today. The leading jerseys were at the front. The men, women, mixed, masters and grandmasters were at the beginning of our start line, starting easily through the bananas and the roads of the area. And then the race has started with the Germans, George Jäger and Lukas Baum, starting to split the group. Riders were all over, and the big group of favorites has formed with around 20 riders, 10 pairs or so were at the front. George Jäger and Lukas Baum were leading nearly the whole way. We passed near the beautiful fish ponds of Ma'agan Michael. Some of them had some solar panels to provide us energy and electricity to the whole area.
Sorry, if the riders had any time, they could look on the right and see that lovely surf beach.
Well, they will have time at the end of the race to watch the beautiful beach here in our race venue in Chof Nachsholim. So we had around 20 or so flat kilometers. George Jäger and Lukas Baum were leading, as we said, most of the time. Here we can see George Jäger maybe just warming up that way from the front. And they opened the gap pretty quickly. They went under roads and above, and by the time they got to Ramat HaNadiv, they had around 45 seconds gap on the second group. Here we can see some beautiful images from Ramat HaNadiv.
Yeah, they actually opened up a minute gap, didn't they? And they had a little puncher, which then came down to 30 seconds again.
Yeah, but that may have brought them even higher motivation to open the gap, and the gap at the feed zone at Ramat HaShofet was already 2 minutes and 30 seconds, which is a huge gap only halfway through today's race. We encourage all of you to come and visit this beautiful park in Ramat HaNadiv. The grave of Edmund de Rothschild and his wife are located here, but there's also some great hike paths for all of the family. Some are flatter, some have a little more climbs, for everyone actually. So here we can see the gap being formed. George Egger and Lucas Baum just leading the race from the front, escaping. And now we can see images from now. It's 41.8 kilometers to go, 2 hours and 20 minutes of racing. They'll be here in about an hour and 10 minutes, something like that, because the race will be pretty fast on the way back. Looks one of the crossings under the road. Won't be a very fun crossing, I would say.
No, I can tell you that mud is pretty deep and it's going to get sticky in there. They have to steer where the water is. If you try and miss the water because you don't want to get your chain wet, then you go straight into the mud, and that's even worse.
And you have to get there slow and on a straight line, because if you won't, you could lose your wheel.
And also duck.
Very important point. So here we have the stage results at the feed zone, 50 kilometers in. George Egger and Nicholas Baum leading the group of three pairs. The Italians, the leading Israelis, and Karl Markt and Tomer Zaltzman. Another four minutes behind were the Spaniards. And then we had a few Germans and Eitan Levy and Eliad Daniel closing the top 10. For the Masters, Yuval Friedman and Am Sashnov leading the way again. We can see Angelo Di Veroli and Chaim Dahan, the runners-up last year, 13 minutes off the pace. Something must have happened.
Something has happened there, even a technical, or they're not feeling very well. They didn't get up well in the morning. You don't lose 13 minutes. The riders like that don't lose 13 minutes just for nothing.
No. Second are Sharon Peer and Dvir Almog. 2 minutes and 40 seconds off the pace.
I think I'm going to send you to ask Angelo what happened. I'm going to stay back here and listen.
And here we see the Grand Masters result. Eli Cohen and Israel Chen come together with Dan Zygmunt and Noam Schiller.
They're together.
Third are Ronen Chirizli and Gil Kashi. Fourth, Nadav Lugassi and Noran Uzrat. Fifth, Biton and Vitali Frost. And sixth, Ariel Kfir and Omer Banai. And let's check for you guys. How far were Eli Cohen yesterday? And let's see the mixed results first. Tzechi Ben Gigi and Lian Vitkin again first. This time Andres Egger and Leah Kremstryer having a better race today. 1 minute and a half off the pace. And third, Roy Kapach and Nofar Maoz, nearly 6 minutes off the pace.
And that is about half an hour after the first riders going through the pizza.
Well, some of them are professionals, so it's hard to make this comparison.
No, that's just the difference between the top lady in a mixed group and the top men.
And let's look at the results from yesterday's prologue in the Grandmasters. We saw Noam Schiller and Dan Zygmunt ride with Eli Cohen and Israel Chen, as the Israeli TV has an interesting interview right now. Anyway, Israel Chen and Eli Cohen were just under 3 minutes off the pace yesterday. So they're with the leaders, and they may make up some ground against other rivals, but they're not closing on Zygmunt and Schiller. And we see some shakes are already being distributed to the Israeli TV. We're back with Egger and Baum. This time it's Baum at the front.
איך יודעים שהאבוקדו הבשיל?
גם באבוקדו!
תשאלו כל דרכי.
סימן איכות של חקלאי הגליל.
לקחת את האימון לאקסטרים. קורקומין אקסטרים. קורקומין ליפוזומלי בשילוב Q10 פטנטי. bara צמחים.
זה סמוקי דואו. תתאהבו חזק בצ'יפות לפיקנטי מעושן.
The gap from all of the other riders who were second and third yesterday.
Yep. They're behind them as well, so
yeah,
they're in a fantastic position just to have just sit back and let it happen.
Great ride for these guys. Still a long race to go, still have to stay focused, but looking good for these guys. Looks like the lead riders are already outside of the Mishmar Emek forests.
So we're going to have another about 10k climb to come up to the top, and then it's going to be the run down to the finish from there, isn't it?
Yes, and we are about to face that challenge, and here they come.
Here
I think they're going to have to duck. Oh, you can't even ride it. You have to put your shoes
duck down
the mud and water.
Originally, these were made for cars to go through, but the mud has filled them up. So you've lost the height these days.
Yes, and our cameraman has to pass his big bag as well.
Oh, that's no car would go into that, obviously.
No, it's a tough passage. I don't think they're going to wait for the e-bike cameraman. He's going to have to do it on his own. Do you think Gal had the option to get that cleaned out and said no, just leave it? I'm not sure he had the option. And we're just, I think, around Kibbutz Mishmar Emek, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's the home of Bara who we interviewed earlier. He's in the mix with Nimi Cohen. And her husband, who's also ex-Bara Epic Israel champion in the Masters. And also he works for Trek, and I've seen him earlier. He was helping people out with their Trek bikes earlier.
Well, it's a home for around 1,000 people. And throughout the years, 7 Knesset members came out of this kibbutz. So that's a big amount for this small kibbutz.
And I would give a little tip to cyclists: if you want to come here, you don't know where to go, what to do. There is a Trek shop in Mishmar Emek. They're always welcoming people. You can go in and ask and get some tips about where to ride.
We see a little encounter there with a car that somehow got on the track.
A little confusion also, the route.
Looks like the riders may have confused some of the route.
Yeah, we are going through a kibbutz, and the kibbutz isn't stopping its working day for us.
No, but it is marshaled, and cars shouldn't get on the track. Looks like everything ended up safely, so it's good. And another interesting thing, outside of Mishmar Emek, some 70 years ago, the Israeli underground organizations used to practice. And one of those organizations was the German unit. And that unit was trained as Nazi soldiers. They were trained for guerrilla fighting against the Nazi army during World War II, and they were dressed up like German soldiers. They spoke German, they sang in German, they have German weapons as well, and they were prepared for a German invasion to Israel, because there were times that it was a big risk. And they also offered their help to the British, but they weren't interested, so the unit got disassembled, and the only remainders of it is a statue of a German soldier, well, not a Jewish,
a fake
German soldier in white uniform in the forest of Mishmar Emek.
I've never seen that actually. I've ridden there a lot. I haven't got to that yet.
Maybe you need to ride some more.
I'll have to ask the locals where it is.
Well, there's an image of it, and they're in a pump track. You can hear Aviv Yecheskel.
That's great.
Really
fun,
enjoying it. I think he's really happy right now. And here we see Guy Niven and Nadav Reisberg. Are they on their own?
They look to it, and they've made the break.
They may have made a gap from the other riders.
They're probably swearing and cursing now. Why do we have to do this? Come on.
But they have the gap, so they must be focused.
Yep.
And they must want to make this gap as big as possible. And here are the other riders. Is he going to try to ride through this?
I don't think they know how high it actually is.
I think it's a waste of time. Is he thinking about it?
Put it to the side.
Here we see Aviv Yecheskel.
This is the second feed zone. So let's just remember now 2:28.
2:28.35. That's the time of the Germans.
And we can see the Shimano guys there giving a helping hand, or not. They probably lose. They're like little headless chickens. What do we do? What do we do?
Nope. And I think the difference between the leaders and the other riders, they are very, very calm in these points.
Yes.
Not way calmer than the chasers, as we can see. Some of the chasers, these are Tomer Zaltzman here, leading the way.
Well, they're in control, aren't they? And they're trying to catch on to them, so their heart rate's probably higher, the effort level's higher, and then what happens? Your oxygen level goes down in your brain. You start making silly mistakes,
such as not being so long in the feed zone.
Yeah. So, and also not realizing you had to go under that tunnel.
Anyway, so what we saw here is Guy Niven and Nadav Reisberg are maybe 45 seconds or so. We'll get confirmation of that soon when they pass through the feed zone, ahead of Tomer Zaltzman and Charlie Marks and the Samparizis. Yeah. So they may be making up some ground in the GC, and they may go for the second place on this stage as well. Good ride for these guys. You saw the 3 red arrows, which means be careful. And the Germans are careful.
They are being careful on those tight gravel turns today, aren't they?
They are. They don't want to make the same mistakes again. Struggling to see exactly who we are looking at. Looks like number 304 over there, isn't it? That's again Dvir Almog and Pierre Sharon that we saw earlier.
They're the top 40, aren't they? They're the top 40 masters.
I think they were second on the day.
Oh, sorry, yeah, we've got Yuval and Gal in the front, forgot. Sorry.
We're back in the woods. Maybe they will see the German statue, the German soldier statue now.
Yeah, for people who don't know, Mishma Emek is down the bottom of the hill and he's just uphill from there back towards us until they go over the brow of the hill and then it'll be flying down.
So the final peak would be around 30 kilometers to go. So as we said, another 10 kilometers or so of work and then they'll be flying down. They'll be here in less than 4 hours. And this is Aviv Yechezkel trying to make it back to the leading riders. We can hear him talking to someone already.
נורא רגעי, ואתה מיד מתרכז במשימה שמולך, וזה להמשיך לקו.
I think he's talking again to the Israeli TV. We'll get that translated to you as soon as they're done.
אני מצטער, בקושי שמעתי אתכם, אבל אני כבר לא הייתי הרבה זמן בתקופת הרדיפה, ואין לי כל כך מושג מה קורה שם. אגר ובאום, כמו שאמרתי קודם, בשליטה, ואני חושב שגם עשו החלפת גלגל, או שהשתמשו שוב בפיתזון הטכני, עכשיו במשמר העמק. אני ככה הייתי מרוכז במים, אבל אני חושב שבאום שהיה לו פאנצ'ר בעלייה בחורשן, הלך קצת למלא אוויר, אולי הוא הרגיש שבורח לו עצמי, גם בסינגלים של משמר העמק והזורח. ראיתי את הגלגל האחורי שלו קצת מחליק ובורח, אז אולי חסר לו. לא, הם מתנהלים הם רוכבים מחושב, אני חושב. הם בהחלט יודעים שהמרוץ בכיס שלהם, ושעליהם חובת ההוכחה ושהטעות היא שלהם לעשות. ואני חושב שהם רוכבים שקול מאוד, הם רוכבים חזק מאוד כמובן. אני חושב שגם הם טור כזה הם ירצו, שוב יש להם הרבה ניסיון, הם יודעים שיכולות להיות הקלות בימים הקרובים, והם רוצים למקסם את היום הזה, שהוא הארוך ביותר, הקשה ביותר, ולהגיע עם הובלה כמה שיותר נוחה לשלבים הבאים. אני מסכים מאוד, דרור. ההובלה מתחלקת הרבה פעמים שווה בשווה. אני באמת מרגיש שאגר יש לו מעט יותר ניסיון, והוא אולי הרוד קפטן שלהם, או הטרייל קפטן, אבל פעם נותן פה רכיבה מרשימה, הוא מפיל הרבה, גם בקטעים הטכניים הם רואים אותם נוסעים מאוד מהר ומאוד בסנכרון, כלומר מאוד קרוב אחד לשני ולא נראה שזה מפריע להם. והנה פה אנחנו רואים אותו עדיין בעלייה אחרי הפיתזון, מכתיב את הקצב, יותר אפשרות גם קצת לנוח, קצת לכבות את הפוקוס שלו, וזה אולי אחד הדברים שעושים אותם, שעשו את קפיצת המדרגה שלהם כצוות אל מול האופוזיציה המתנזקת.
Well, Aviv Yechezkel isn't only following the leading riders, he's also giving us commentary about what's going on, as we see the Italians struggling, I think, on the climb. On one of them, the Samparizis, it looks like they're not together with Charlie Mark and Tomer Zatzman, and by the look of things, they're probably behind them too.
Who's 15 number 2? Which one is the second rider there? He looks like he's suffering.
It's Lorenzo.
Lorenzo's having a little moment, isn't he?
So let's get back to what Aviv was saying. So he said both of them look very strong. Lucas looks a little more strong, but he says George is the race captain, he's the more experienced, and they're very cool and collective. He said that they know that they have to prove that they're the winners, and they are working as hard as possible to get the biggest gap as possible, because they know technical issues can happen, and indeed they did have to change a wheel in the technical feed zone that they just have now. They can send boxes the day earlier, and they sent a wheel in their box. He said they changed one of their wheels, pre-sent and pre-prepared wheels.
That was probably the wheel that had a puncture in it, wasn't it? And probably instead of trying to put more air in it, it's probably best if they've got a gap anyway, just to change the wheel.
Yeah, it is the simplest solution. And more, he mentioned that because they know that they're in the lead, they do work hard, but they're cool. So as we mentioned earlier, they can allow themselves a long stop at the feed zone and do things calmly, coolly, and not to make any bad mistakes like they did yesterday. They weren't bad, but they were mistakes. As we can see, the San Parisi, Lorenzo on the back, suffering and not managing to hold with Nicolas.
At this stage, at this point in the race, Nicolas just needs to encourage Lorenzo just to hold it at the pace he can hold and just get over. He's got to tell him he's only got another couple of Ks of climb, and then it's going to be easy freewheeling, fast speed going down, just to help him mentally a little bit.
He does, as now we can see an Israeli interview. We're back with the leaders, George Egger and Lucas Baumann. We were just talking about the interview that Aviv Yechezkel, the cameraman, who also rides behind them and also gives an interview or gives commentating behind them, our Israeli Bradley Wiggins. But he only has to make an effort too. Bradley Wiggins sits on the motorbike.
But you can hear from his voice that he has to make the effort just to stay up there, even though he's got the electric bike under him.
Yeah, he does. And he did say that they're riding calm and collective, as we said. They know they're in the lead. And here we can see Charlie Markt and Tomer Zaltzman. I think they're just between Guy Niven and Nadav Reisberg. They're behind them and in front of the Italians. That's what it looks like.
And you can see the difference between the style now of riding, their body language. They look under control and they're pushing on now. If you remember, just a couple of minutes ago, we saw the Italians, and the second Italian there was in a little place of pain, wasn't he? Completely different body language.
Yeah, and when the riders don't ride together, it's safe to say that they're not at the front. Charlie Markt and Zaltzman are together. Charlie's leading the pace. He's just a machine.
And we said Charlie likes to wake up. He wakes up about an hour and a half too late, doesn't he, in the morning?
Well, he does, but he still has another 37, even a little more to go. So he still has some more time to work and make up ground on the Germans and on Guy Niven and Reisberg.
Yeah, we won't be surprised if they catch up to Guy as well. As last year we saw it, they caught up to riders in the last third of the races.
Indeed, and then managed to finish second in many stages thanks to that strong finish that Charlie has. he didn't finish 13th in the World Marathon Championships for nothing. Well, the Germans, we talked about how they won the APSA Cape Epic, but it's not the only race they won this year. They also won the Mediterranean Epic. It's another SHC race, which
that was
is
in the beginning. Sorry, that was in the beginning of the year, wasn't it? They started off well and they're finishing well, it looks like.
I'm pretty sure that was actually a single you ride on your own. George Egger won, Lucas Baum finished 7th. So it looks like George Egger started the season strong. He's still very strong, obviously, but looks like Lucas Baum kicked up into the season a little stronger. It's all about when you peak. You can't be at your top form throughout the whole season.
And a nice little bit of timing there. Apparently, the Orbea factory owner or company owner noticed them there at the race and signed a contract with them, so they now ride Orbea bikes. And from there, they went on to the Cape Epic to win that. So the Orbea owner must be over the moon about this year.
I'm sure he is.
It's all about timing, isn't it?
It is all about timing for both of them, because I'm sure they would be happy getting a new bike. And here we can see Guy Nieve and Nadav Reisberg. Is it the Austrians and Israeli behind them? Because I could see another 2 riders at the back, but we can see some amateur riders in the area too, so it's hard to say. But Guy Nieve and Nadav Reisberg are going up this climb, riding pretty close to each other. And yes, just behind them is Charlie Markt and Tomer Salzman. No, not more than 15 seconds between these guys. Charlie's in work mode.
When we say that's just a beautiful place to be, because you can see your competitors just up the road. Maybe they don't notice you're there even. They slow down just a little bit and you can push on and just catch them up. It'll be interesting to see if they do join up, how the tactics work out towards the end.
Well, it will be hard to make a difference in the last 30 kilometers. It will be downhill and flat. So I'm sure Guy Nieve and Nadav Reisberg want to stay out of reach of Charlie and Tomer. But looks like Charlie isn't slowing down, and Tomer is just enjoying a good ride on his teammate's wheel.
What was the time difference between the two of them yesterday? Do you remember?
Around a minute. So they're pretty close on GC. Guy Nieve and Nadav Reisberg, I think they're already 3rd provisionally in GC, but I'm sure they'll want to go for 2nd place.
So it is really for Guy, the Israeli couple, to make the difference today, or try and make the difference, isn't it? Charlie and Tomer can just sit there and let them try and break them.
All they want to do is to catch up to them, and once they do that, and here they did it, they can enjoy. But it looks like Charlie just goes up to the front.
So there's a big difference in speed there, wasn't it? They made up 30-40 meters within a minute.
Yeah, at the moment they're looking really strong. At the moment Charlie gets up to his pace, he doesn't leave it. He just keeps on working in his pace. It wasn't a big attack, but they wanted to get to the front. Charlie wanted to keep on working. He's like a big diesel.
I would say either one of the Israeli riders there doesn't feel great, or they went to sleep a little bit and let that happen.
Both possibilities are indeed possible, and we see Guy Nieve is a little bit on the back. Nadav Reisberg is just on his wheel. Looks like there's a little gap for Guy Nieve. Do you think he might be struggling?
It looks like it, doesn't it? He looks like he's looking for the right gear. Look, he's just struggling just a little bit. He's out of the saddle now. It's not his normal ride style. He's normally a lot more busy on his bike. He's seated and he's high cadence normally.
And Salzman and Mark are noticing, and I think the gap is opening.
Now Nadav needs to notice it quickly. The guy is coming off the back.
Yeah, Charlie Markt and Tomer Salzman coming from the back and just powering over Guy Nieve and Nadav Reisberg and going into 2nd place on the stage.
Sorry, you see where you get out of the saddle, sit down, get out of the saddle. That means the energy level has gone down and you can't continue out of the saddle anymore.
Yes, Guy Nieve is not in a pleasant place right now. Karl Markt and Salzman look like they're just getting stronger and stronger as the stage goes on. It looks like they're riding themselves into 2nd place of the stage and getting a stronger a firmer hold of
grip.
Firmer grip, excuse me, for this GC of the Bara Epic Israel.
Now Nadav and Guy have to remember that they've only got maybe, we're looking at our clock, our kilometer clock here, they've maybe only got 5 or 6 Ks to go till the top of the climb. Going downhill will be a little bit easier for them. You can hide your weakness a little bit, your lack of power, just a little bit better when you're going downhill.
Exactly. So if they hold on now, they can make it together with them to the finish. And maybe they have a bad day now and they'll have a better day tomorrow. So they need to try to stay with them as long as possible.
You know, your body, everybody has a different body. Obviously, that's a silly thing to say, isn't it? But it's true. Everybody reacts a different way to a stage race. Some people find it hard on the first day. Second day, they feel like they're a proper machine, and then the third day, they get even stronger. Some on the second day, they start to feel a little bit tired. It's all different. You have to realise that what your partner's feeling, and it's a 4-day race. There's no good panicking now. 2.5 hours into today's race. There's a long time. There's a long way to go here.
There is a long way to go, and as you said, everyone is different, and you can have one good day and one bad day. So maybe Gainiv is not on his best day today, but tomorrow is a new day, and he can be on stellar form tomorrow and feeling really strong, and they can open a minute on the Austrians. So if they can hold on for a little more, for those extra 6, now 5 kilometers, as you said, maybe 5 kilometers for the Germans, 6 for these guys. Ooh, a little jump from there, I think, from our cameraman. Aviv Yecheskel is having fun. So if they can hold on a little more, they could get to the finish line with, I want to say the Austrians, but it's now the Charlie and Salzman.
Yeah.
Getting some great images from our GoPro sitting on Aviv Yecheskel's handlebar. And here are the results at the second feed zone. So the gap between George Egger and Lucas Baum to Gainiv and Nadav Reisberg is 3 minutes. Nicola Samparizi, the Samparizis and Mark and Salzman were a minute behind them, but they caught up to that gap.
I think that's more Carl and Toma pushing on, leaving the Italians behind them and catching up with Guy and Nadav.
Exactly. The Spaniards were 9 minutes and 40 seconds off the pace of the Germans. Look like they are out of the podium. They're 5 minutes behind the Italians and Mark and Salzman. Then the Israelis, Eitan Levy and Elia Daniel, 13 minutes and 30 seconds second from the Israelis. They are 8th overall. They were 10th, I think, in the previous feed zone. So it looks like they're improving their places. Milan Damik and Lukas Kaufmann 9th and 10th. Holger and Sonke from Germany 16 minutes behind the Germans. Took them 2 hours and 27 minutes to get to the second feed zone. Around 70 kilometers into this race.
I think we should say Etan and Elad there, they're not professional riders, although they do ride professionally. They have day jobs, and it is really a hobby for them to do this. So it's nice to see them up at an 8th place.
It is very nice to see them riding so well, and the pace is still very high, still around 28 kilometers per hour average speed. And this sort of day, that's amazing, and they're not slowing down. That was the average pace at the first feed zone, will remind you, and it's still pretty much the average pace. Those Germans are flying. And so are the other riders. They're not so far behind. They're also around the 28 kilometers per hour. Let's not forget that. I think a big chapeau to all the leading riders, to every rider who rides here in the Bara Epic Israel.
You know, once some riders told me, the older riders told me, it's easy for you guys to go fast. You finish within 3 or 4 hours, 5 hours. Well, I said, well, you don't ride as fast as me. Yeah, but we have to be out in the sun for 10 hours, and that's more draining for them than it is for the guys who finish after 4 hours sometimes.
It's a big challenge physically and mentally too, to keep on riding for such a long time. You need to eat. You're out in the sun, as you said, which isn't always the most pleasant thing to do, especially in the Israeli end of summer sun.
But it is actually, we've had fabulous weather, 24 degrees. I mean, it could easily be 30 plus, couldn't it? Even in late September.
Absolutely. We are lucky with the weather today. It's a beautiful day here in Nachsholim Beach. You'll see it soon when our leaders will get here.
Well, we're just looking at the sea here. I think it's calmed down just a little bit, and the sea is looking bluer and bluer as the day goes along.
It's just beautiful, isn't it? And the riders are reaching the final peak of the day. Lucas Baum at the front wearing number 1-2. And George Egger behind him, 1-1. Last lap, is it?
I mean, the speed's going up. You can see, we can't really see, but this is downhill fast. They're probably going over 45 k's an hour at the moment.
I'm sure they are, and they're very close to each other. They trust each other, but that's another important aspect of riding with a partner. You need to trust him to take the best route.
To take the same line, yes, the correct line.
Yeah, because if he makes a mistake, George Egger can be on the ground in no time. As we saw yesterday, Lucas Baum fell. George Egger nearly fell as well.
Well, the second rider, you turn your brain off a little bit and you let the front rider make all the decisions. That actually saves you energy. At this point of the race, just by having to think and make decisions wastes energy.
Indeed, and it looks like we're starting the descent towards the race village. 33 kilometers to go. The Germans, George Egger and Lucas Baum, are leading the race from the beginning of it, I think it's safe to say. And we're
going back backwards. To the guys who go. This is their target for the year, and you can see there's a big difference in the speed, obviously, and the fitness. But the fun factor is probably higher here than it is in the front.
I'm sure it's very fun for these guys. They can take their time in the feed zones, enjoy all the great food and drinks that our Goof feed zones have to offer, and enjoy Joe's No Flats and Shimano, our partners, who can help them fix their bikes if they encounter any problems. Number 337 there was Roy Lahat and Rami Izert for Team LA.
Now, one of the best things that Shimano do is just put, or Joe's, is just put a little bit of oil on your chain. Day like this, if you're riding 4 hours, your train will dry out, especially if you go through a water feature. And if it dries out and it starts squeaking, there's nothing worse than looking down and seeing a bone dry chain.
It's unpleasant for your ears, and it's not good for your bike as well.
And then you get riders squirting water on it, trying to stop it just that little bit. So a little tip is just to put a little tiny bottle of oil in your back pocket and just keep it there.
It doesn't weigh a lot at all, and just a tiny little squint, and you are good to go. We are again with some more master riders at the back of the race. Well, we're on our way back. We'll get back just near Zichron and Ramat HaNativ, and then head back to the race village. Another little incline over there for George Egger and Lucas Baum. You can see they're slowing the pace as our cameraman is passing them, the motorbike cameraman.
These little climbs don't look like climbs on the TV, do they? But they certainly feel them after almost 3 hours on the bike. Your legs start to feel, and especially if you've come down a long descent where you haven't really been put in any pedaling in.
It is not easy, and we can see Guy Niven and Dav Reisberg. I think they're now behind Charlie Marks and Tomer Zaltzman. The question is, how big is the gap?
And you can see the younger rider here, Nadav, is having to take responsibility to help Guy along, the older rider, more mature rider.
And you're just saying that, and Guy is going to take another turn at the front. Looks like they're curious to know what the situation is. And here we can see Lucas Baum still leading the way. It's a very long turn that he is doing right now.
And you can see there.
השידור בחסות
איך יודעים שהאבוקדו הבשיל?
גם באבוקדו!
תשאלו כל דרכי. סימן איכות של חקלאי הגליל.
לקחת את האימון לאקסטרים. קורקומין אקסטרים. קורקומין ליפוזומלי בשילוב Q10 פטנטי. בר הצמחים.
BMW X4, עכשיו באולמות התצוגה.
פספורט קארד, במקום הראשון במדד השירות בביטוחי הנסיעות לחו"ל. פספורט קארד, no matter what. A unique haute couture creation. New DS4 Haute Couture Experience.
פומה פיוטר, נעלי הכדורגל של המחר. פומה.
בטאץ' מתאימים ביטוח בול לרכב שלכם, החל מ7 שקלים ליום, כולל מקיף וחובה, רק בטאץ'.
So as we started saying, Lucas Baum is doing a very long turn up the front over there, isn't he?
Now Lucas told us before the race 2 days ago now that he was feeling very good at the Worlds last week, and Gregory said he was a little bit tired, season tired, so it's not unexpected that the fresher rider is helping, doing more work in the end of the race.
But he's still strong enough to hold on Lucas's wheel, what the other riders couldn't have done.
Well, it's all relative, isn't it?
It is. So he, compared to Lucas, who's an amazing rider, he's not as strong as him today. He's a very strong rider in general.
Your teamwork here is that Lucas realises that Gregory needs just a little bit of help and won't push on too hard to snap him. And there's no need to either. There's no competitors around them.
Indeed. And teamwork makes the dream work.
Quite often, 1 + 1 in a team can add up to 3 and not 2.
And that's what you need to do in epic racing. Here we can see some more riders get to this under road pass. They're gonna get some mud, aren't they?
I think we can hear some stories later on about the mud.
We just saw number 311 there, Arnon Rosenbaum and Roy Hacker. If I'm not mistaken, they were top 3 in the Masters today. Here we are with the Italians, the Samparisis, fourth on the road today. Number 15, Nicolas and Lorenzo.
And you can see Nicolas is still on the front, pulling Lorenzo along. And you can see Nicolas is riding within himself, as you say.
And let's talk a little bit about the results this year. So both of them did the Marathon World Championships. Nicolas finished 55th and Lorenzo finished 77th. And they did together, they both did 4 islands in Croatia, a race called 4 Islands in Croatia, another marathon UCI race. Both having pretty good results. Lorenzo finishing 7th. Both actually running it together, 7th, finishing 7th together. In 2011, as a junior, Lorenzo finished 7th in the cross-country world champs.
Pretty impressive, isn't it? 7th in the world.
Very impressive. We could hear Aviv Yechezkel yelling, watch out over there. Maybe alerting George and Lucas just to be careful. You can see a little jump over there.
Yeah. It's the jump and then where you put your front wheel. If you're starting to turn when you land, and you can wipe out.
Exactly, and you want to maybe lift up the front wheel a little bit because there was a little step over there, and if you pedal when your front wheel is stuck into this step, it can be very unpleasant.
We can see some amateurs here, because the master amateurs having a little bit of a struggle to go up the hill.
Well, it's never easy here in the Bara Epic Israel. And some more results for the Samparisis that we saw earlier. Nicolas finished 2nd in the Italian Marathon Championships. And last year in the World Marathon Championships, he was 27th. So pretty good marathon riders, both of them, and we can see it today, finished being 4th on the road right now. The thing is, I'm not sure we'll be able to interview them because it looks like they speak only Italian.
Well, we got a couple of words out of one of them yesterday, didn't we?
Well, I think part of being a rider is knowing a couple of words in each language, because in the pro peloton or in pro racing you get to meet so many people, and you need to know how to exchange or how to have basic communication, but I'm not sure we can have an in-depth conversation with them, unfortunately.
Well, we can see here they're still working hard. I think they're trying to now stretch out the gap there. And there's no need for them to work so hard because they've got this, but they got the gap anyway. I think they're just going to put some effort in It's again, it's easier now. It's all the way flat. It's all going downhill.
Well, it's now George. Excuse me, Elliot. It's now George Egger on the front, switching Lucas Baum after a very long turn. Maybe he allows him to rest a little bit. And you know their name. They can't slow down with their name. They're Speed Company Racing. They can't be Ease Company Racing. They have to keep on going.
And also, they don't have the information how far ahead they are.
I think they may have understood between the feed zones. They could ask what was the gap in the previous feed zone, because they did have a couple of feed zones with intermediate timings today, and the gap was pretty good already in the first feed zone, being 2 minutes and 40 seconds. They opened another 20 seconds towards the second feed zone, and I don't think that they're gonna slow down at all. A little look back to see that they're all together, and George Egger is leading this descent. Behind him is Lucas Baum, who's been working for the past 10, 20, 30 kilometers. It's hard to count already.
And now we're on the 3 hour mark, and we've got 28 to go. So in your maths head.
So they averaged already 28 kilometers per hour all the way here. They'll be here in less than 4 hours again, I think.
So let's see how fast they can do that last 28 Ks then.
We'll check them out. More riders make their way into the feed zones, and it's again, still George Egger on the front, Lucas Baum behind them, going through those wide gravel roads. They have them all to themselves. And after all of this racing, the ups and downs, the single tracks, many couples will be on themselves. It's all stretched out. I don't think we'll see too many groups. Does it work like that in the Masters category as well? Do each couple find themselves on their own on a stage like today?
Yeah, the top podium places they will fight until the end.
And excuse me, we'll just go over the results and go back to that. So Yuval Friedman and Noam Strashnom have a very big gap on Sharon Peer and Dvir Almog, 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Another 2 minutes behind are Arnon Rosenbaum and Roy Hacker. And fourth, Nir Zohar and David Resnick, just 12 seconds behind Arnon and Roy.
What we see here, we're not seeing bad results for the second, third, fourth places. We're seeing good. We're just seeing a fantastic result from Yuval and Noam here.
And I'm sure they'll come here at the end of the stage and look like they haven't done that much.
Let's hope they've sweated. They look a bit sweaty at least.
I hope for that too. So you were saying about how riders form groups at a stage like today.
Yeah, I mean the Masters, which is 40s, and the very top the Grandmasters, who are 50-year-olds, they're so competitive. There's no free meals. There's nothing. They'll be fighting until the end. Sometimes in the middle of the group, when you go back into the middle of the groups of the Masters, there is sort of a joining up of teams because they're not that competitive to want their co-riders to lose, if you see what I mean. They always want to get, everybody wants to get as high as possible on the lists, on the finishing list, but they won't do it to the detriment of their competitors. There isn't a camaraderie there. And if someone's feeling bad, they won't mind, first of all, you can't stand it when someone's faking it and not pulling their work, doing their work.
Annoying.
But if someone's feeling bad, there's no problem. If his partner comes and helps you pull in the front, then just sit on the back. We don't mind.
So the competitive Masters are as competitive as our elite riders, as we have another road crossing. Looks like Route 6 that we will cross now and keep on heading west towards the race village. Ooh. A little quick in that corner, but staying on the bike.
And not muddy this time either. No water down there.
No, and struggling to see who we see there. I think it may be Leah. No, it's number 7. Excuse me. These are.
There's the Spaniards. They're the Spaniards. Yes.
The two Spanish duos.
Yeah.
Adrian Unai and number 3, Victor Fernandez and Manuel Cordero.
So they've obviously joined up together and maybe helping each other out.
Yeah,
there's a common language there as well.
Makes sense. I'm pretty sure they may have known each other before. And both of them were together, I think, around 9 minutes and 40 seconds off the pace of the Germans in the intermediate check, the second intermediate check. And here are again the results of the men, George Egger and Lucas Baum, first and the second intermediate point. Second were Guy Nieve and Nadav Reisberg, who were later caught by fourth Karl Markt and Tomer Zaltzman.
And I can see that the 7th place Marek and Paul were with the 4 Spaniards earlier on, and they're not there now. So maybe they've fallen off the pace.
Well, they came into the feed zone a few seconds after, so you could see they may have suffered a little bit getting into that feed zone, and maybe continued suffering as the stage continued going on. It is 70 kilometers into the race, and they do have another 40 kilometers they have to manage their efforts. Now our Germans have 25 kilometers to go before they reach the finish line in the race village. They'll hope to do that with no big mistakes or technical issues. As we're back with the Spaniards, let's talk a little bit about them. The Spaniard duo of Victor Manuel and Manuel Cordero finished 3rd last year in Bara Epic Israel.
That's the guy in the black shirts, right?
The blue.
The
Number
blue.
3. Riding for Bihi. Last year they were wearing white.
Yep.
And one of them, Victor, finished 5th in the Marathon National Spanish Championships, while his partner Manuel finished 8th at the same Spanish National Championship.
And you can see he's got some sort of backpack on with a little little bit of water bag on his back there.
Well, some riders prefer to go that way. And talking about the riders in the black jersey, we're trying to understand what the gap is.
Yeah, I think they're trying to communicate there with the rider to find out how far they're off the back.
So we're looking now at Adrian Garcia Montes and Unai Mateus Garrido from Spain.
He's probably feeling better than the other 3 because he's been on the front now for a little bit.
Yeah, he looks good.
And if you can talk to the rider, the camera next to you, then you've still got something left in there. Where you can just see that struggle. You can just see the struggle coming into the body language.
Yeah, in the front it was Adrian and Unai at the back suffering a little more. Adrian actually finished 17th in the Spanish National Marathon Champs, and his partner Unai finished 22nd. So we have 4 good marathon riders from Spain here in Bara Epic Israel. Powered by Trek.
That looked like the end of the bottle there.
Well, no more feed zones all the way home. It's 24 kilometers to go for the Germans. I think it's more towards the 27 to go for these guys. So another hour or so of riding.
I think 45 minutes. Don't forget it's coming downhill towards the beach now.
Looks like they are working. They don't know the gap, but they want to make it as small as possible. I assume Victor and Manuel, number 3, will be slightly disappointed with today's result after finishing 3rd yesterday. Losing such a big time is not something that they planned on doing.
We can go and ask for our viewers what happened, but sometimes riders have had a bad day. Generally don't like to tell or have an interview, do they?
Yeah.
They want to have a little bit of quiet time by themselves and think about it. It's always easier interviewing someone who's had a great day rather than an off day.
Well, they're all smiling and happy after a good day in the saddle, feeling like they put all the best that they could have put into the race. But indeed, the rider after a bad day won't always be so happy, because sometimes the legs are just not there. It may have been the case for Manuel and his partner. And
you can see the pace is on, can't you? Because they're struggling to get the 3rd Spaniard there is struggling to have a drink.
Looks like 2 of the pairs are a little stronger. Like there are 2 pairs, and one rider of each pair is a little stronger.
Now you see here, sorry, you can see the front rider now is putting too much pace down for his rider on the back. So he's having to sprint back on now, so he's actually doing damage to his own rider.
Yeah, it's Adrian on the front and Unai at the back. And actually another interesting fact about Adrian, in 2019, he finished 6th in the Ultra Marathon Championships.
What's Ultra? Do you know how long that is?
I think it's over 100, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, what are we then? If we're 111, what are we, Ultra?
Well, the Epic, maybe Epic Ultra. He seems calm today, Adrian. He seems like he's in a good place, in a good working place for himself. And actually, he also has a YouTube channel. If you like to follow, if you know Spanish, maybe you could follow him. He already uploaded a video about the Epic, talking about the stages and what's to come. Didn't understand any of it because it's all in Spanish, but he does have 11,000 viewers or subscribers who are following him and see what about his adventures. So maybe we'll have some more Spanish people coming next year after I'll upload some epic videos.
Well, these past years, social media has become a big part of this sport, isn't it? Also, it allows access to the riders.
It allows access. Riders or fans can see their heroes in a better way, can see more of them. And it's good for the riders too, because they get presented a little more. They get more people to see them, and maybe they can find sponsors that way. As we're passing just through Amikam. And Amikam was established in 1950, and this place was established by Jewish Chinese immigrants from the Jewish community in China.
And again, you can see the schools there have got the hour off or the morning off. They come to sport, and we're in the feeds. Did they stop there? And they stopped, didn't they?
Yeah, they don't mind. They have lots of time. They are refreshing every time.
Listen, even if you've got 22 Ks to go and you haven't gone into water, it's best just to fill up one bottle and carry on.
And look at these huge crowds. That's beautiful here in Amikam. All of these children cheering our leading riders in Epic Israel. They'll cheer all the riders, I'm sure. And I'm sure they're happy to see the first riders coming in.
And I think they were told to all wear white shirts there. Their parents probably didn't understand why, but they've done it.
And it looks beautiful, doesn't it?
Normally in Israel, people don't know, in Israel, kids wear white in holidays, don't they?
Indeed. White is our color to wear.
It's your holiday uniform.
Exactly.
Holiday, I mean religious holidays.
Exactly.
You won't see many Israelis in a tie and a suit, do you? But you do see them in the white in the holidays.
And you'll see everyone in white. And when the Epic Israel comes to your village, to your town, I think it's also a holiday, isn't it?
Well, a lot of the effort put in here is to get more and more people in cycling, isn't it? And the best way is to show the kids what it's actually all about. And a lot of those kids that go home today and say to their parents, "I've seen they don't even know the pro cyclists. I've seen the cyclists from abroad. Let's go out on the bikes," which is what we want, don't we? More kids on bikes.
Well, and you can see they're professional. You can see the pro bikes. They look very professional, and they are professional. So even the children, even though they don't know who they are, they will feel that real pros have passed through their town. And talking about the ultra marathon, just checked it out. It looks like an ultra marathon is a race over 100 miles, not 100 kilometers. So more like 160 kilometers. So Adrian is just halfway through for an ultra marathon race. He can keep on going. Maybe we should send him out for another 50 Ks when he comes here. A quick stop, and George Egger is again at the front. An interesting thing to see here is they don't take quick turns, they take very, very long turns. I think it says a lot about how calm they are, because usually when you want to go fast, you'll take quick turns, maybe a minute, maybe half a minute, when you really want to push up the pace and you're really on the edge. But when you're riding a controlled effort, you could do dozens of minutes of turns at the front. And that's what we see here from the Germans today. Now we're in the Alona Regional Council. And Alona Regional Council contains only 3 towns. One of them is Amikam, and it's the regional council with the smallest number of towns.
How come they haven't been gobbled up by another regional council then?
I think they have their pride and they want to stay the Alona Regional Council one day.
We've just gone under road 6 there, which is the main route from north to south in Israel, and that signs to the riders that they're on the last leg of the race today.
Well, I'm not sure the German riders know much about Road 6.
I think they've been under it quite a few times over the years here, haven't they?
I'm not sure, because the Epic has been in a little different areas. Yesterday we were in the Western Galilee. I'm not sure I don't think we got all the way here. It's pretty far. But anyway, we are still in the area of the Ramot Menashe Park, here near Road 6. And it's one of only 2 biosphere reserves in Israel. And the biosphere reserve, for people who don't know, part of them were me for like a week ago, let's say, is a reserve that combines the human and the nature needs without harming the nature. And talking about not harming the nature, we can see how much damage the Grandmasters have done. Noam Schiller and Dan Zygmunt have opened a gap of 2 minutes and nearly 30 seconds from Eli Cohen and Israel Chen, who were with them in the first feed zone.
Yep.
Third and fourth are Nadav Logassi, Oran Uzrad, and Ronen Chirizli and Gil Kashi, coming in 5 minutes off the pace of Zygmunt and Schiller, and nearly together. You can also see the tunnel of Road 6. It's a tunnel that's covered with ground above it, so animals can pass from both sides of the road.
We're talking about animals. It's an antelope and deer, isn't it? And wild pigs, boars, and foxes.
Indeed. And that's part of the things to become a biosphere reserve.
Porcupines as well, you often see. Badgers.
Well, you know the area better.
I just know the wildlife because I'm a farmer, you see, so you see it. We go out in the dark, you go back to your farm in the middle of the night, you see the wildlife comes out. And it's nice to see that we are taking care or thinking about wildlife when we build roads these days. It's nothing worse than see a wild animal that's been injured or killed on the road.
Absolutely, and not only they can get damaged, they're also they can get detached from their community if a road gets built.
Yeah.
Here we are with number 5. That's Milan Damik and Lukas Kaufmann. Again under another road. And George Egger and Lucas Baum continue powering on. Less than 20 kilometers to go now. 3 hours and 16 minutes of racing. Another great day for these guys in the office. Still a little too early to sum it up.
I was listening, I was listening in the beginning, and the commentator, the pronouncer here said that at 90 Ks there was going to be a water crossing which was knee deep. So we're going to see, maybe that's going to come up soon.
May have been what they just passed. A little hard to know. We may have missed it too, because they're about 90 kilometers into today's race.
Yeah.
Kilometer to here or kilometer to there. And Elliot, what are these trees that we're looking at? Could you spot them from here?
השידור בחסות למי יש זמן לטפל לכם בהחזרי המס? ל-800 המומחים של תלפיות, הבית של כלכלת המשפחה.
The new Opel Astra speaks for itself.
מתנות לחג קונים בבי, ועכשיו גיפט קארד עד 100 שקלים מתנה. חג שמח מבי.
איך יודעים שהאבוקדו הבשיל?
גם באבוקדו!
תשאלו כל דרכי. סימן איכות של חקלאי הגליל.
לקחת את האימון לאקסטרים. קורקומין אקסטרים. קורקומין ליפוזומלי בשילוב Q10 פטנטי. בר הצמחים.
ערכת הספורט של ישראל. עיצוב וחיטוב הגוף. חפשו פיטקיט בגוגל. מעכשיו אין תירוצים. קולומביה. פיק פריקה חדשה. אחיזת קרקע מושלמת. קולומביה.
And a little swap of biddens over there between Egger and Baum. Just making sure they both have enough drinks and food to get to the race village. They have another 18.5 kilometers to go before they make it back here. They're going to try to do it with no technical issues. They don't want to lose that first place. They don't want to lose that big gap that they've been working on throughout the whole stage.
You know, it's never over till it's over. It's a simple thing to say, but it is true.
Exactly, and that's why I didn't want to sum it up yet. Anything can still happen in this Bara Epic Israel. We've seen George Egger and Lucas Baum even had a few flat tires near the end of stages last year. So it's never over till it's over, as you said.
Now the kids are turning up now. They know. I don't know how they knew, but they knew they're going to. The top riders are going to start coming in a few minutes. The school's turned up, but they're in white shirts again. You see?
Well, they all have the same dress code today. It's a holiday for everyone when Bara Epic Israel comes to your town.
I'm just going to ask them what school they're from.
Go for it.
Yeah, the kids have just told me and the teacher they're from Carmel and the sea. That's an English translation, Carmel Vayam.
Carmel and the sea.
Oh.
We'll take that.
As kids do, they're starting to go over the boundaries they're supposed to stay in and they're coming into the finish zone here.
I'll hope they'll stay on the right side of the boundaries. I think here we can see Milan Damek and Lukas Kaufmann. Number 5. We'll see if we can get their number. No, this is number 11. Number 11-1 and 11-2. We'll get to you with who they are in a moment.
Again, you see one rider with a backpack and the other one without. Everybody has their own little techniques and things they have.
So 11 is Marek Schule and Paul Hauser. I think they were in the top 10 today. And let's see how well they did yesterday in the men's prologue.
Yeah, I talked to Marek when he turned up on, they came on Tuesday, and he'd been in the Worlds as well in Denmark.
Well, they finished 7th yesterday, 5 minutes and 17 seconds behind the Germans. So not bad at all for them. Looks like they have another solid ride today.
And Paul was telling me he was waiting for the climbs today because he's quite a slight rider. He probably weighs about 55 kilos at the most.
Wow, that looks not much to get up the hill. And both of them are marathon riders. Marek had a good result today, this year in a marathon in Switzerland, finishing 17th. The same marathon Paul did with him, and he finished 21st. And they both raced the World Marathon Championships last year, finishing 38 for Marek and 47 for Paul.
Well, that's good solid riders, isn't it?
Absolutely good solid riders, and they had a good solid 7th place yesterday. They may go a little bit better this year. Excuse me, not this year, but this stage. Here we can see our cameraman Aviram on the motorbike, getting us great images of our leaders, George Egger and Lukas Baum. It's still George on the front. Looks like they may have changed. George is slightly bigger. We're back with the Germans.
That's Paul on the back, just trying to hold the wheel of Marek in the front there.
Good riding for them. They're already on the way back to the village. They were again 7 minutes or so behind the Germans today.
Marek is a sponsored rider, and Paul isn't. He's certainly a privateer. I saw his bike, and it's all put together by little bits, and you can see it's his money he's putting into the sport.
Many riders are like that in the sport. There are not too many sponsors, less sponsors than the road racing, which also doesn't have a huge amount of sponsors like other sports branches.
And when we say sponsors, it's often they're not getting money actually, they just get the equipment given to them. The Dutch girls and the Dutch and German girl were telling me that they don't actually get money, but they get everything paid for them to race.
So racing with no worries, but they do need to find a work.
Yes.
To make a living.
Yep. You need to get a day job still.
And that's absolutely not easy to continue on riding in the highest levels like they are, and they both are world level cross-country riders.
And sorry, that's what's most amazing about this front couple, that they are classed as privateers still. They're not factory riders.
They are. They're only speed company racing riders, and that's their own team. It's a team of 2. All team is here for the Epic Israel. And I hope they manage to do well financially. Because these are riders who must continue racing their world level. They can get some more great wins under their belt riding marathon races. We can see Charlie Mark. He's 42. They have another 15 years of racing if you compare them to Charlie.
Well, you can see the pain on Paul's face there.
Well, it's
and also
warm.
the concentration, sorry.
It's warm, it's hard. You can see him totally red.
But now you can see that Marek is letting him climb at his pace. All he has to do, he has to get over the top and they'll go off again.
I think they're getting into a Mikam as well. They'll probably get into the feed zone in a moment.
Oh, you can see the pain.
See their timing. He doesn't have much left to go, though. He can be consulted by that. That's a long close-up on a painful face.
Guys, if you want to get into the sport, don't look now. Watch your way, because that's what's waiting for you if you take it to the limit.
Yeah, and these guys are both young riders, 24 and 23. 24 for Marek, 23 for Paul. So they still have many years in front of them as well.
Yeah, and when we say take it to the limit, it's your own personal limit, isn't it?
Obviously, each rider has its own limit, and you need to know it. You need to take it to your own limit, not try to go to other people's limits, because that can burn you, or not let you ride at your best, not let you get the best out of yourself. So it looks like it's still George Egger on the front looking now. Lucas Baum is behind him, number 1-2.
And as you can see, Lucas's rear tyre is quite low pressure. You can see him bouncing up and down a little bit.
Do you think that's intentional?
I think these guys ride on low pressure anyway, but I would personally like it just a little bit more, just for the you know, your peace of mind.
Well, maybe we should ask them on the way back. It'll be interesting to hear if that's intentional or something that set them back, and nevertheless they still have a huge gap. So some more results in the Masters category. We talked about Friedman and Strashnov. We got all the way to Nir Zohar, and David Reznik will continue. Matan and Eyal Katzenstein, 15 minutes off the pace. Lior Zachmor and Zur Brandt, 20 minutes behind. Shachar Tamir and Dan Cohen, 21 minutes. Angelo Di Veroli and Chaim Daan, 21 minutes and 24 seconds. Asaf Broide and Lior Chaklai, 23 minutes and nearly 40 seconds. And 10th are Ziv Anfi and Yuval Rosenzweig, 26 minutes. The gaps in the Masters category are huge.
I can see it just popping in there. Angelo and Chaim seem to be losing more and more time as the race goes on. That probably means that one of them isn't feeling too good today, and it wasn't a technical.
Yeah, looks like a bad day for these guys. And an amazing day for Friedman and Strashnov. The nearest riders are 5 minutes, and from 5th place, it's over 15 minutes. Could you imagine that before the race started?
No, that's... but again, we said yesterday, Yuval and Gal, isn't I've just forgotten his name, Friedman.
Yuval Friedman and Noam Strashnov.
Noam. Yuval and Noam are young 40-year-olds, and they've come in now to boss that category.
They're totally bossing it right now. 5 minutes gap with the closest rivals. 15 minutes gap to every rider, to the rider's 5th position and more. It's a huge gap. It looks like it may be a done deal for today.
Just here at the finish line, the kids have settled under the shade in the chairs, and they're watching the racing live on the big screen. It's nice to watch.
It's a beautiful thing to watch the race village here. You have a big tent, so you can get shade. You have the big screen showing us what you guys see at home. We have many different booths from our different sponsors. We have Bara, we have Jinga, we have Rudy, we have Continental, Shimano. You can buy some products for the next stages, for recovery. We also have Goo, and we have our shakes from Galil. Trek is also here. All of our sponsors are here at the race village.
Yeah, Bara Epic Israel, the base camp here is starting to come alive, isn't it? You're starting to get the feeling the race is going to come back to us.
Well, the riders are only 13 kilometers away from home. They're back on that crossing near the water. Just be careful not to fall into the water. They have a clear path through. First riders passing through in this direction.
Could you see the mud there?
That's dangerous. And this time they come to it with speed after gaining speed in that little short flat section. So I hope other riders will be careful, but I won't be surprised if some riders find themselves in the water. Another little switch here. George Egger is taking a drink. Lucas Baum is going to the front, taking advantage of this slowdown, offering a drink to George.
Yeah, they're just checking if they've got any water left for each other.
Trying to cool down. They know they're very close home. They remember the route. They remember they were at that point at the beginning of the stage, so now they have confirmation. of how close they are. Of course, they know how much they've passed. They both have their smart watches on their bikes. They know the length of the stage. Gal only publishes the length and the height graph, so they understand exactly how much left they have, just like you guys at home know.
And often Gal doesn't produce a straight line back to the camp. You often start turning left and right for no apparent reason at all. And as a tired rider, you think, why the hell am I going left now? I could just go on straight on here. What's going on?
Well, the ways of Gal are not always clear, but I'm sure everything has its own reason, even if it's just to make the stage a little longer and a little harder. But obviously the Epic is a huge production. You have to understand, where can you pass? Some places are private farms.
Yes, and we'd like to thank the farmers for opening up the gates and letting us in the fields today.
We'd like to thank them very much. He also has to talk with the Israeli police to close some roads. There's lots of production work before a race like today.
And afterwards to collect everything up. I mean, I'm sure we have a team going after the race collecting all the rubbish, all the litter that may have dropped out of people's pockets by mistake, and all the signs and the tape.
Exactly, you can see the amount of signs here. It looks like you have a sign every 100 meters or so. So that's hundreds, if not thousands, of signs that they have to collect.
And put out tomorrow again.
Indeed, so they have to collect them, and on the way I'm sure they'll collect some of the rubbish. We can see, are they writing something? Alona Regional Council. And another little water crossing. You see Lucas is going to the rocks. They don't want to get in the water too much.
Yeah, that was the water, knee-height water we were told about.
Yeah, so they can't ride that. They're going to have to walk it. Ooh, it looks nice, looks pretty. Not the most pleasant thing to do.
But also running on with cleats on your shoes on wet stones can be quite dangerous sometimes.
It is quite dangerous, and you see our e-bike cameraman is taking it slow. He has some pretty expensive equipment on him. He can't fall.
That's interesting. I haven't thought about that, isn't it?
He has his GoPros on him. He has
the battery. I'm sorry. If it's waterproof, can you go through a stream with the electric bike?
I'm pretty sure it's waterproof to some sense.
And the motor's down below on the bottom bracket as well.
It is. That's a good question. But he also has his backpack unit that broadcasts us everything. If something happens to that, we won't see his images anymore.
We might not see a Viv anymore. He might electrocute himself, I guess, or something, or be so ashamed he won't come back here. He'll carry on home.
Well, he got through there safely, so he'll be home. As we saw the riders near Taninim Stream, we're back to Milan Damek and Lucas Kaufmann, number 5 over there. Milan Damek has done the Epic last year, finishing 6th in the Epic Israel 2021. 2022, some of his results were 16th in the Swiss Epic and 31st and 22nd in the UCI marathon races of Cordova and the Croatian Islands, respectively. With him, Lucas Kaufmann did all of these races, the Swiss Epic, the Cordova, and the Croatian Islands marathon races. Lucas Kaufmann also did the Marathon European Championships and finished in the 50th position.
We're just getting asked by the kids here, shouting over the barriers, who's first place, or just tell them.
I'm not sure if you tell them they'll understand. Anyway, talking about Lucas Kaufmann, and there's an interesting thing about him that I haven't gotten straight in my mind yet. He's Austrian and Brazilian, and a few years ago I saw him racing both Austrian National Championships and Brazilian National Championships. I wonder how that works. I was sure you have to choose.
I think you have to choose at a certain point, don't you, in your career? Because I think if you're a junior, you can still swap over. I remember Henrik Hausler from the road scene. He has a German father, and he was born in Australia, and he wanted to represent Germany, I think, but then he represented Australia. So there was some sort of story going on there.
Well, and I wonder what happens if a rider like Lucas, who did both championships in the same year, winning the Austrian and Brazilian national championships, that he does half-half in his jersey. Or a mixture of flags. How would that work?
One in the front, one on the back.
Interesting. Who would you put on the front? Who would you put on the back? I think there's some political questions over there.
I think the sponsors like the back, don't they? Because they get more TV time.
Exactly. We're back with George Egger and Lucas Baum. Lucas Baum is again at the front of the race, leading George Egger. We don't have gaps for you yet. Last time we checked, it was around 3 minutes to Guy Niven and Nadav Reisberg. They were then passed by Tomer Zaltzman and Charlie Mark. We don't know exactly what the situation over there, but looked like Charlie Mark and Zaltzman were about to get a gap over Reisberg and Niv, the Israelis. I wonder how they are doing right now. What we do know is that Lucas Baum and George Egger are doing great today.
This is their daily job, isn't it? We've seen this time and time again. The end of the race, they just go to work, they put the work in and make the difference.
Yes, and they're 10 kilometers from home. I believe they'll be here in like around 20 minutes. So just under the 4-hour mark.
No, I thought I was just looking at the guy, there's legs. I thought that was a suntan, but it's not. It's yellow bands on the shorts, sorry.
Yeah, they have a full set this year.
Yeah.
Well, they know what to expect. They know they've been leading the race in the past 3 years.
They've got a new sponsor, shirt sponsor, I think, Jinga, which is the Israeli company, which is also our sponsor, and they're on the leaders for Jinga, aren't they?
Yeah, so I'm sure Jinga got them a nice set, knowing to expect to make them a set, as they are very strong riders. And they also make their regular Speed Company racing set as well, which is a beautiful purple set.
And the riders at that level get a personal fitting, don't they?
Yeah, they must get a personal fitting to be as tight as possible, as aero as possible, and obviously as comfortable as possible.
Good.
We're back with the riders in the black jerseys, if I'm not mistaken again. Milan Damek and Lucas Kaufmann. Milan from the Czech Republic and Lucas from Austria and Brazil, depends on the day.
I find it very amazing how many marathon riders are coming out of the middle Europe, you know, Austria, Germany, Czech, that area. There's something about the hills there that produces so many quality riders.
Produces quality riders for marathon and also for cross country. They enjoy very much mountain biking. They have great routes and tracks over there. The great mountains, the great climbs, the great descents as well. I wish I would ride there my mountain bike as well.
Well, these days you can work abroad, can't you, on your computer and live the dream somewhere else. Some people love to live on the beach in Barbados or in whatever, and some people like to live in the Alps cycling and do their work on the computer.
Yeah, some people do that.
I'm sorry it's not us. Why aren't we there?
We need to work on it. Maybe next year we'll broadcast the Epic from the Alps. We should talk to Gal.
I don't think it's going to help us much. I think we're stuck here.
Yeah, I think we're stuck too. But I enjoy being stuck here in the Bara Epic Israel.
It's not a bad place to be honest.
Absolutely not. Here we can see number 2. We didn't see them for a long time. Charlie Mark and Tomer Zaltzman. Charlie is still on the front. He came to work as well today. Took him an hour and a half, as we said, as usual. But he's working very well. Looks a little slow, but I'm sure they're not going slowly at all.
I think just being cautious there on the bend. You don't want to wipe out and lose your front wheel at this late stage in the day.
Exactly, and now when the camera passes them, we see that these guys are going fast.
The power goes back on.
Yeah, and now we'll see whether the camera will get to Reisberg and Niv or not. If we will get there, it means that they may be in front of them, and if not, I think we can understand that Niv and Reisberg are behind.
Well, Guy was starting to suffer a little bit, wasn't he, on the last part of the climb? Probably 30 Ks ago.
Something like that. Yeah, it was 36 or 34 kilometers to go when he started suffering. I'm sure he also knew that he had another 6 or 4 kilometers of work before he gets downhill. And let's see how he did. Now we can see Charlie Mark.
Charlie again. This is going for the water. What decision time? What do we do?
And they understand pretty quickly they need to get on the stones.
Now, as the riders go more and more across the zone, they're only the 4th rider to go across, so it's still quite dry, the stones, I would imagine. By the time the masters turn up, it's just going to be very, very slippery.
And that will be very dangerous. I hope they'll be cautious when they do that. I think we can see an Epic Israel Marshal over there to help riders in case they need.
We didn't see a lifeguard.
No, we didn't see the lifeguard, and we didn't see any crocodile yet too. This is the Taninim stream that they're crossing.
Is that a true story you were telling us yesterday?
I don't know, that's a legend.
That's a legend. There's a difference. There's lots of legends on this cycling group.
I can't promise anything. That's only what I read online.
These guys are turning themselves into legends by their own work.
They are turning themselves into legends in cycling and in practice in the Epic Israel as well.
You see, Tomer got out of there a lot quicker than Carl did.
Maybe a little mistake. Maybe the chain fell when he tried to get on the bike. Happens often if you change the gear off your bike. We are 8 kilometers from the race village here in Achsholim Beach. George Egger is now at the front. They look like they're getting a little more tired. You see their bodies moving a little more. They're not as stable as they were earlier.
That's expectable. We're 3 hours 40 and it says 7 Ks to go, so we're going to go under 4 hours.
We are.
I'm not, they are. Or we're not, they are.
Yeah, they'll be one of the only riders who managed to do that, I'm pretty sure.
I mean, sitting here talking to you and watching and commentating, we do feel that we actually are in the race, don't we?
I feel part of them. I feel like I've done, well, not exactly, but we've done some epics with these guys, haven't we?
We have.
Obviously, they have a way harder work to do, and it's not, for us, it's mostly here. They need to practice a whole year to get to this race in such good condition.
And as you see, the first rider there is in the lowest gear. You can see his derailleur is quite loose, isn't it? So that means he's in the hardest gear he can push.
And that means these guys are flying. Like they've been doing for the whole stage.
All they need to do now is grow a pair of wings on the side, and then they can just fly over the tracks.
They'll take off and land here at the beach.
You're getting used to this man crush, aren't you? This Greek god thing, aren't you?
I'm totally used to it.
I want to see if they've even sweated, if they're wet from sweat when they finish. Because they look quite clean, don't they? They can't see any salt marks on their shirts or anything.
No, they look clean, they look cool. I'm sure they have sweat a little bit, but they are just such a good riders.
So we got the commentator on the back speaking over us a little bit. Quite often you can see a rider that's had a really hard day, you'll see the salt on his shirt, won't you?
And this is a hard day. 3 hours and 40 minutes in the saddle, the longest stage they'll have. I'm sure we'll see it better when they get here. I'm sure they'll be exhausted, but they just know how to keep on riding, even when they're exhausted. That's part of being a pro rider. You need to keep on working, even at the end of the race, and keep on with the same pace that you've rode throughout the whole stage. Part of a good way to do it, the best way to do it, is to ride the same pace throughout the whole stage, to manage your effort, to know your pace, and then to keep on going, keep on pushing on. You don't want to start on too strong and then slow down later. You want to keep on maintaining a good solid pace all the way home. Now we are with Tomer Zaltzman and Charlie Mark, who seem to be second on the road. Tomer is just leading Charlie. He looks pretty calm and collective as well. Behind him, Charlie looks pretty good. Both of them having a good race today. A little slow start being around 4th place. But still, now they seem to be in 2nd place, a place that Charlie is very used to being to in Epic Israel.
And I can see Tomer now. Tomer, in the end of the day, is taking his turn. So I mean, it must mean he's still feeling quite good.
Yeah, it looked like Charlie was doing lots of the leading earlier, but Tomer riding very well and managing himself to be able to work with Charlie now. That's very good for this duo.
Well, if you're suffering there, generally if you see someone suffering, he'll stay on the back and you have to nurse him back home.
But Tomer is proving himself worthy of being partners to Charlie. He has big shoes to get into. Last year, the last few years, it was Gregor Ragel who used to ride with Charlie. This year, Gregor Ragel has switched teams. He's no longer riding with Charlie. I think both of them have switched teams. So Tomer Zaltzman is going into Gregor's place very well. Looks like they're on to another 2nd place. Tomer was just flicking his elbow a few seconds earlier, marking or telling Charlie without words that he needs a switch.
I think Tomer today is cementing his place as the top Israeli mountain bike rider, isn't he? With the Shlomi Chemi retiring, there's a place to take, and I think he's up for it.
I am sure he's up for it, and he's had a good year as well. His first year riding in the elite category. After that, he was in the under 23, and he had some good results in cross-country World Cup races. In Leogang, he finished 34, and in Val Nord, he finished 41st. So that's not bad at all for his first year. To remind you, he was under 23 just a year ago, having an amazing year, finishing 9th in the cross-country World Champs and 5th in the cross-country European Champs. So I think in a few years he'll get used to the elite category, and I really hope to see him doing similar results to what he did in the under 23 in the elite category. That would be amazing.
Yeah, it's quite different from the mountain bike to the road categories. The last couple of years, younger riders are able to keep up with the very top riders on the road. But mountain biking, it's a year by year increase in your fitness. It takes them longer to get up to the very top level, unless you're someone like Nino.
Well, there are always those special riders. Tomer is also a very special rider, and I think all of Israel will hope to see him doing well, and being at the top 10 of the world in cross country would be an amazing feat for an Israeli rider, a feat that hasn't happened yet. Shlomi was a top 30 rider cross country for many years. An amazing feat that looks like Tomer is on his way to do, but maybe he can take it a step up and be a top 20, a top 10 rider. I think everyone would keep on following him in the next following years to see how he does.
I think his next target is probably going to be the Olympics in 2 years' time, isn't it? That's what he's going to be going for.
I'm sure that's going to be one of his targets, and Epic Israel is a great way to get to that target because you get points, UCI points, in a race like Epic Israel that's ranked at the highest ranking possible for a marathon stage race.
And I think next year we're going to see a big rush all through the season to get points.
Exactly, the Olympics will be in 2024, so 2023 will be a key year to get many points. And I think, as we saw 5 years ago or so,
for Rio.
Yeah, many riders came from all over the world to ride Bara Epic Israel when it was in Jerusalem. We had a huge field of UCI riders that year. Still, the winners were George Egger. We're just getting indication of a strong headwind on the way back. It makes sense, they're going west, and the wind comes usually from the west, from the sea to the east, so they have a strong headwind. That's why the riders are exactly one behind another. But they're still going very quickly. 4.5 kilometers to go for the Germans. They're very close to the race village.
Oh, that's just going to hurt you. Just a little bit of pain in the legs there. That's often you'll see people getting cramps just on that little rise.
Yeah, and you have to get your gears correct as well, because if you'll be there on high gears, you're a higher chance you'll get the cramps trying to push on those big watts.
At this stage of the race, it just turns into a little bit of a grind, doesn't it? You just have to grind your way home.
Here is Lucas Baum on the front. They're still working now. They'll have the side wind from the sea. You can see the beautiful sea. They're getting very, very close to the race village. And I think now it's pretty safe to say they're going to win this stage.
They could probably run on the flat home and still win. But you can see they're such professional riders, they won't let up until they finish the line, just to put that extra time they may need in the future into their competitors.
They understand this kind of racing better than many riders here. They may be only 27, but they had great experience in the Bara Epic Israel and other epic races. One of them is the Absa Cape Epic that they won this year. They know what it takes to win an epic race, and they know that they need to keep on riding as strong as possible as long as they can, because each day is a new day. They can have technical issues and they can just have a bad day. I'm not sure they specifically can have a bad day, but in general riders can have bad days in stage races like this one.
And you never know it's going to turn up until it actually just turns. You can feel good in the start of the race, but then halfway through you can just lose all the energy and it just goes.
Things like that can happen even to the
top riders.
Exactly.
You forget to eat. So you see it on the road a lot, don't you? The riders, they forget to eat on the climb and they bonk.
Yeah, and sometimes you just recovered well enough only for 50 kilometers and can't go all the way through. We're getting some more images from our Israel helicopter. Here are, again, Charlie Mark and Tomer Zaltzman. Pretty safe to say they're second.
Well, we can't see behind them, can we? We can't see the behind them.
And we can't see what's in front as well.
Yeah, we can see a bit of sand there. It'll be a bit annoying for them in the end.
A little slowdown over there for the second rider. Eger seems...
You can see he's starting to suffer just a little bit.
He is, but he is very close.
You can see the dropping of the head. That normally means they're looking for just that little bit more energy to come out.
Yeah, around 1.2 kilometers to go. They'll be here any moment now.
And as you see, he stood up, he just changed his position just for a second to rest certain muscles. When you stand, you use different muscles in your legs, don't you?
It is, and the kilometers to go mark has been dropped, so it means we're around a kilometer to go or even less from the race village. We can't see it yet, but we can see the fish ponds of the area. And here are Tomer and Charlie. Charlie's still in the front, so Charlie is doing most of the work. But again, as we said, you need to be strong enough to sit on your partner's wheel. You need to work well together. Tomer did give him a few minutes of recovery earlier, and maybe even for longer periods that we haven't seen. Didn't get their images throughout the whole race.
But what you can see is that Tomer is still comfortable with that pace. When the rider's not comfortable, the second rider, you'll see him drop off on a turn and have to try and catch up back up again.
Tomer looks very comfortable, very calm. And here we can see George Eger and Lucas Baum are entering the race village here in Nachsholim Beach. Wow, what a stage we've had.
And they're going past the dates. I mean, if they're ready, they could pick a date on the way. They've got enough time.
They do have enough time to even swing that tree and try to get a date out of it.
And let's see, the kids have disappeared. I think they've gone up to the finish to welcome them.
Yeah, I think they're near the finish line where George and Lucas will be any moment. They attacked 80 kilometers to go in this stage, and then all the other riders couldn't see them for the rest of the stage. And here they come to the finish line. They opened the gap and it growed and growed. Nothing stopped them, not even technical issues.
You can say they own this race. They bossed it, haven't they?
They bossed the prologue, and now they bossed stage one as well. I think it's going to be a very big gap, 3 or 4 minutes for these guys. They are in their yellow jersey. They're riding like they're the yellow jersey, like they're the race leaders.
Well, they ride like champs, don't they?
They ride like champs, and they are the champs. Some high fives to those kids. And the champions of stage one, George Eger and Lucas Baum. What a ride for these guys.
Look at that, and they look okay. They're not completely finished at all. They've controlled this race and controlled their effort today.
Yeah, and you can see some smiles from Lucas as well. They must be satisfied. They passed 3 hours and 52 minutes. Now it's the countdown to the gap from the other riders, stopping those watches.
And we're just going to let them recover a little bit. The TV's got hold of them. They're not going to release them to us, are they? But maybe a little bit later we get one of them over.
We will get one of them.
Lucas, I will wait for George because this is important. לא חייבים, תראה אותם. George, I want to go in between you two.
We can see Lucas there saying thank you to the Shimano mechanic, who I would imagine changed his rear wheel.
Last year you looked much stronger.
In the middle of the race.
What's happened with the kid? The kid is over his rabbi.
Yeah, definitely. Lucas was in altitude camp the last 4 weeks, and I was racing a full cross-country race calendar, so I'm...
Now, if we have any luck here...
And Lucas, now speaking, you had a mechanical in the very early part of the race. How did you manage it?
Yeah, we worked together as a team, even with a mechanical. I was preparing the CO2 gun, and he plugged it. Yeah, so we worked together even off the bike. In the morning, I wasn't even sure if I can even start because I had a swollen foot. I think I don't know, I tore my ankle or something yesterday with a crash. I was close to vomiting because of pain in the morning. So I'm super happy just finishing the stage.
But honestly, how strong did you push? Were you 100% today or just cruising?
I think the first 2 hours it was 100%. The third hour we had to recover a bit, but then the fourth hour we we try to extend the gap. Yeah, but racing is always as hard as possible. It's incredible.
The couple Egerbaum looks like Nino Schurter of couples marathon.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm super excited about our marathon future, and I think we got a great future ahead.
Congrats again.
Yeah,
Ori, did you notice the time they finished in?
If I'm not mistaken, 3:53, 3:52, something like that. We're just about to be joined by Lucas.
Oh, thank you. Respect.
Hello, Lucas. How was today's race?
Oh, brutal. I think there wasn't 1 meter where you can just relax and let the legs spin. You had to fight for every stone, for every bump.
הסיטואציה הזאת שאתה מדבר
עליה,
עליה, זה לא...
Yeah, we saw it. It was up and down,
סיטואציה רגילה, תראה כמה הפער גדול.
I think I have to talk to Gal because the profile was not matching the
הם בעצם עשו פה היום מהלך מאוד משמעותי לכיוון הג'יסי, אבל הכותרת של לוקאס באום, הפציעה שלו בעקב בבוקר מבחינתי, אומר פה בפה מלא, לא הייתי בטוח שאני יכול לזנק, כמעט קטי מרוב
Because with very short climbs you think you can power over, but then you realize you have to go another, and then your legs get heavy, and then it's finished. Your legs are finished.
The pain is accumulating, and you have no time to breathe. No, it was super brutal, and even the heat started to come up now the last hour.
Yeah.
It totally was a hot stage.
And there was a rear puncher?
Yeah. I mean, it was, sometimes I thought I'm on Mars or Moon. It was like moon dust everywhere, and you cannot see rocks underneath. So I was in second position, and I hit a rock. Then I punctured it, but I told in the interview we worked together also off the bike. I was preparing the CO2 gun and Georg plugged me, so it was nice.
Good, and you changed to wheel in the feed zone?
No, I kept riding.
But I noticed it was quite low even in the finish.
Yeah. I was a bit torn apart whether I should change it or stop again for another CO2.
Yeah, but it lasted. I mean, you're going to fix it for tomorrow, aren't you?
I think so, yeah.
New tire.
I think so.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you.
It's great.
Thank you, Lucas.
It's amazing. I mean, after 3 hours 50, how they can recall what had happened, everything could happen, and be so cool about it.
Well, I think it's hard to forget when you work so hard, and here we can see the speed that Charlie Mark is pushing Tomer Zaltzman. The gap is pretty big.
We're up to 45 k's an hour again, aren't we?
These guys are flying. Well, they're racing the best in the world. You can get some great images of Charlie Mark and Tomer Zaltzman both getting to that aero position, trying to get as fast as possible to the race village. The race for the first place is not over because, as we said, things can always happen, but it's become a little bit out of reach. Now the major race is for second place, where Charlie and Tomer would really want to keep.
And how were they doing yesterday? I've already forgotten, there's so much going on.
Well, yesterday they finished 1 minute and 50 seconds off the pace of the winners. And behind them, another minute behind them, were Victor Fernandez and Manuel Corredo, the Spaniards who had a bad day today.
Well, having a bad day. We don't know what's going to happen in the end.
Well, they're having a bad day indeed. Guy Niv and Nadav Reisberg were about 1 minute and 15 seconds behind them. It looks like the gap between them is about to grow.
So these two here have interest to push the gap as much as they can.
השידור בחסות
איך יודעים שהאבוקדו הבשיל?
גם באבוקדו!
תשאלו כל דחי. סימן איכות של חקלאי הגליל.
לקחת את האימון לאקסטרים. קורקומין אקסטרים. קורקומין ליפוזומלי בשילוב Q10 פטנטי. בר צמחים.
BMW X4, עכשיו באולמות התצוגה.
פספורט קארד, במקום הראשון במדד השירות בביטוחי הנסיעות לחול. פספורט קארד, no matter what. A unique haute couture creation. New DS4 haute couture experience.
פומה פיוטר, נעלי הכדורגל של המחר. פומה.
בטאץ' מתאימים ביטוח בול לרכב שלכם, החל מ7 שקלים ליום, כולל מקיף וחובה, רק בטאץ'.
back with Charlie Marks and Tomer Zaltzman making their way to the race village.
And we're coming up almost to 4 hours now.
I think the gap is about to be something like 7 minutes.
Ah, that's amazing, isn't it? It's a great gap to have. I mean, it just means that they can relax just a little bit more tomorrow.
But will they?
No, they don't have to relax, but it means if they have a puncture, to have a technical, they've got time to fix it.
Absolutely, a good feeling to have coming into another stage of the Bara Epic Israel. Another difficult stage that we're about to have tomorrow. We'll go over that a little later. So a little brief about tomorrow. Tomorrow is shorter, still not easy, 78 kilometers, accumulating a little more height, 1,300 meters of climbing. And we have slightly longer climbs tomorrow.
Yeah, it's less up and down. It's more, you can get into your rhythm in climbing more. If you imagine we're going west and then they're going to go to the north. Today we went west and then we went to the south area. It's a different terrain.
Indeed, and Charlie Mark and Tomer Zaltzman are reaching the race village now. They'll be in the finish line in about a minute or so. So again, George Egger and Lucas Baum are setting a mark that no one else can do. The only riders to be under 4 hours back, to take only less than 4 hours to get back to the race village will be Baum and Egger.
This is still a fantastic time for them.
It's still a fantastic time. It's a fantastic ride. The never-ending Charlie Mark and the new Israeli top rider Tomer Zaltzman are about to make it to the finish line.
I mean, Charlie's just proving that if you live professionally, a professional sport life, you can extend your career these days to a lot longer than it used to be.
And they're coming off the round. A great ride for these guys. Another second place for Charlie Mark and Tomer Zaltzman. They deserve a smile.
There's the smile and the recognition of what they've done together today.
They've done a great ride, that's what they've done.
And Carl looks absolutely filthy. He's full of dust. But it's a badge of honor, that dust, you know?
It is a badge of honor, and they're going straight to the smoothies. They know what's good already.
I think they've been dreaming about those smoothies for the last 20 Ks.
Well, Carl didn't let his feet off the bike until he got to that smoothie. That's the first thing he's putting in his mouth. He knows what's good. Tomer needs to cool down. As Lucas just said, it's become warmer here.
Yeah, you need to call your core temperature down as quickly as possible. Again, we were talking about yesterday, it's recovery now. That's the race to recover.
It is the race to recover. Looks like they've recovered pretty well. And Charlie's already working on it with the more smoothie.
Carl looks so cool, doesn't he?
Well, you don't stay at the highest level without being so cool.
He's living the life, he's loving it.
Well, I don't think he would continue to the age of 42 if he wouldn't love it.
No, you have to be, It's all that commitment. I mean, this is the result of the whole year's training. And then he's got to start all over again in January, February.
Well, that's how they work.
Yep.
It's not exactly starting in January, February. No. They'll take 2 weeks off or so and then keep on training just without racing. Maybe a little more time at home.
I'm sure his wife's got some chores or jobs he needs to do around the house.
I think the list only grows as he has more and more races.
Now,
אני הרגשתי קצת יותר טוב, ואז בפידזון הראשון לי היה בעיות בבטן, הייתי חייב לעצור להשתין, זה פעם ראשונה שזה קורה לי בתחרות אופניים.
אולי יותר מדי שייקים של פרי גליל.
יכול להיות, כן. ומשם עבדנו בקצב שלנו, ובסוף זה השתלם, כי כל השאר הגזימו, דילגו אפילו על עצירה בפידזונים, אנחנו כל פעם התרעננו, לקח את הזמן, והשתלם.
הבוקר, but I think we need Charlie for that. We heard Lucas Baum twisted his ankle this morning and complaining for some pain. So is it possible to push them tomorrow on more cross-country style course and maybe
here we're coming back to the racing on the right.
hopefully, but today they were so
Number
strong.
3 is the Spaniard.
That's the.
Ooh, looks like an unpleasant crash.
כמה זה מתסכל,
That looks like a high-speed crash on a turn-made gravel turn.
שתי רמות מעל
what we call in Hebrew schnitzel.
שמע, זה בסוף אם אתה מסתכל על מי שמקדימה זה
Unpleasant.
ישבור אותך.
The shower later won't be pleasant at all.
Not the shower, not the sleep either. If he's used, everybody likes to sleep in a certain position. If he wants to sleep on his right side, he's going to keep on turning all night long.
He's going to have to switch sides this night. We just heard earlier Tomer touching the point of the feed zone. He said that other riders skipped feed zones and they decided, Tomer and Charlie, they're not skipping any feed zone. And it worked out, as he said. Because we saw earlier Guy Nieve and Reisberg racing through the feed zones. Guy Nieve didn't even stop at one feed zone. So maybe that was a big mistake.
So Tomer did stop?
Tomer did stop.
Yeah, it's no point trying to go through and then getting deep into the race and then finding actually you're missing liquids. As we saw, how long did it take to fill up 2 bottles?
Half a minute.
At the most.
And we see how much time Guy Nieve and Adam Reisberg have lost. We'll wait to hear from them if that's one of the reasons, but I won't be surprised if it is.
I'm not going to go and ask what a guy why he's having a bad day. I think I'm going to leave that one to you.
I'm not going to ask it.
We'll give him a bit of space and ask him later how he's feeling.
Looks like he's suffering there. It's the heat, it's the legs that are hurting, and now he has this little crash. Wow, look at the results. 9 minutes, that's the gap between George Jagger and Lucas Baum to Karl Marx and Tomer Salzman.
Is that correct? Because that's amazing.
I'm pretty sure it's correct. Can't be wrong. And time is still running. It's going to be it's at least 4 minutes now for Guy Nieve and Reisberg. Looks like they crashed the field again.
Yeah, we just had confirmation that is a correct time. That's an amazing gap they pulled out.
It's unbelievable to open 9 minutes on the first stage. They already opened 2 minutes. Excuse me, I'm just so excited. They opened 2 minutes yesterday, another 9 today. It's already over 10 minutes, the gap between George Jagger and Lucas Baum to their closest competitors.
To be honest, tomorrow they've got enough time to stop halfway through and have a cup of tea.
They can also stop
איך יודעים שהאבוקדו הבשיל?
גם באבוקדו!
תשאלו כל דחי. סימן איכות של חקלאי הגליל.
לקחת את האימון לאקסטרים. קורקומין אקסטרים. קורקומין ליפוזומלי בשילוב Q10 פטנטי. bara צמחים.
The Smoky Duo. תתאהבו חזק בצ'יפות לפיקנטי מעושן.
Israel at the end of summer and it's so dry and yeah, it was really difficult to ride because some parts are so loose and sandy, but we had a good ride and yeah, second place it was.
And you were happy with Tomer today, and we saw Tomer had enough depth not to lose it in the end. You know, you kept up with you.
Yes, Tomer stopped there, I think in the first feed zone, then we had a small gap to the second place. Yeah, and we need I think 20 Ks to catch them up, and then to the finish it was really hard because it was flat and sometimes headwind, and yeah, but I'm really happy with this day. We're still second and yeah, 2 more days to go.
You're absolutely amazing for someone. You're 41, aren't you?
42.
42, sorry, I'm missing a year. How long are you going to keep this up?
Yeah, for I think, I say every year, next year is my last year, but...
You tell your wife next year is next year, or she doesn't know?
No.
No, you don't tell her?
I think next year, look at how it's going, maybe 24, but then it's over. Then I had to be...
But listen, even then you're going to go out on the top. You're such a fantastic, you're an example for a mature athlete to still be at the top.
Yeah, but this is hard work, I think.
Of course, you have a 20-year difference with Tomer here, it must be hard.
Yeah, my teammate from Switzerland, he's 20 years younger than me and he's still now the same fast as me. He can't be my son, but this is fun, I think. Yeah, this is the sport.
So thanks a lot, go and have a recovery.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Well, while you were interviewing Charlie, we just had third place coming in. Thanks, Charlie. And these were the Spaniards, Victor Manuel.
So we're still missing Guy and
yeah,
Nadav.
so it looks like Guy and Nadav has had a tumble or something happened to these guys because they're not with us yet. And now we can see Guy Niv and Nadav Reisberg making their way to the race village. The Spaniards finishing third again today, although it looks like they had a bad day. Managing to get to third, Victor Fernandez and Manuel Cordero. Now we have the Italians, the Samparisis, just coming in fifth for today. Hello, Adrian. How was your race today?
Well, today the race is very good, and I am very happy because I finished in a sprint for the third position with the Spanish rider Victor and Manu, and I worked very hard in the finish line, and very happy because in the first clean I start with the first group, but my partner is in the second, and I stop, and I commence very slow, yeah, and the finish fast. I'm very happy.
So you take him in the sprints, now all day you can talk to him, tell him about it.
Yes, but in the sprint I decide no dispute for the Spanish rider because my partner is very fatigued, and I decide to work for the team Spanish and my partner in the final group and very little.
Yes, we saw you working on the 4
yes.
Most of the day up the hill. We saw it that your partner was suffering and you were on the front. Was it communication between the two groups?
Yes, I very communication, and in the final clean, the organization take me talk with 2 minutes for the Italian group, and when I finish at 10 kilometers, I see the Israel team is a flat wheels.
Flat wheels.
Yes, and I pass the Israel, and in the next is the Italians and attack.
When you see someone who is suffering or has a puncture, it gives you more energy.
Yes, today I'm very more energy because this stage is a long kilometers, and I like the long kilometers, and I a suffer man.
You like to suffer, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go and have a shake or something.
Okay.
Well, so Adrian likes to suffer, and he's done a really good work here today. Very happy with his results, coming in third and fourth.
He's super happy, wasn't he? He had a great time with his friends out there.
Yeah, he looks very happy. Now we can see Guy Niv and Nadav Reisberg are just getting in the race village.
And he said they had a puncher.
We understand they had a puncher, so it looks like a day that started good for them doesn't end as well as they could have expected. Could be a little disappointed, but tomorrow's a new day. They could still go for stage wins, but the gap in the GC is going to be a very big gap. We can see now Tomer Zaltzman just cooling off, getting prepared towards the podium ceremony. Here are Guy Niv and Nadav Reisberg finishing 20 minutes behind the German George Egger, Lucas Baum. They're not satisfied with their result today. Happens, sometimes you can have a bad day. This is cycling. Here we have Milan Damek and Lukas Kaufmann finishing just a minute behind Guy Niv and Nadav Reisberg. And here we have confirmation of the results. First are George Egger and Lucas Baum, 9 minutes behind them, Charlie Martha and Tomer Zaltzman. 15 minutes behind them, Victor Fernandez and Manuel Cordero, and Adrian Garcia and Unai Mateus. Fifth are Nicolas Samparisi and Lorenzo Samparisi. Sixth, Guy Niv and Nadav Reisberg, 20 minutes off the pace. And seventh, Milan Damek and Lukas Kaufmann, 20 minutes and 50 seconds behind the Germans.